Lamden to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Sure. Please rise if you'd like and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Yes, good evening, everyone. Councilmember Lamden.
Here.
Councilmember Marquez.
Present.
Councilmember Mendel.
Here.
Councilmember Salinas.
Here.
Councilmember Wahab.
Here.
Councilmember Cermeño.
Present.
Mayor Halliday.
Here.
Thank you. All 7 members present. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask our city attorney, Mr. Lawson, to give us the closed session announcement.
Greetings, Mayor and Council. Please refer to the closed session agenda. Council convened in closed session at 6:30 with all members present. The only item related to labor involving all bargaining groups, the council discussed and took no reportable action. That concludes the report.
Thank you. Now, we are going to have a special presentation regarding the 2019 Cal Ed Award of Excellence for collaborations for the City of Hayward Industrial 2.0 Advanced Industries Business Attraction. And I will turn this over now to our Economic Development Manager, Mr. Nguyen, who will tell us about this.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Pull up the short presentation for you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Paul Nguyen here, Economic Development Manager. The ED team, which consists of myself, Captain Ralston, and Suzanne Phyllis, who are on the call tonight, are so proud to be here to bring home the 2019 Economic Award of Excellence in Economic Development Collaborations bestowed to us, the California Association for Local Economic Development, or CalEd. CalEd is a statewide economic development organization. Each year, they bestow awards to economic development programs that represent the most innovative and impactful programs that advance the field of economic development and make a difference in the communities that these professionals serve. This year, Hayward took home the award in the collaborations category for Industrial 2.0, Advanced Industries Business Attraction through Developer Partnerships. This project represents the City of Hayward's collaboration with Shea Properties and the development and tenanting of the Hayward Shea Center project located at Eden Shores on Hesperian. This project, spearheaded by Development Services, Planning Division, and Economic Development, involved the rezone of an office park, vacant land zoned office park, into a planned development specifically designed to attract advanced industry businesses. As you know, in my previous presentations to this council, advanced industry clusters, advanced industries is a cluster of businesses that offer quality STEM-related jobs at every level of education. The Brookings Institute and my own analysis have found that these jobs pay more at every level of education than non-STEM jobs, and also offer greater socioeconomic mobility than all other sectors. And that's primarily because of their investment in the people and their willingness of these companies to promote within and provide the training and skill sets that workers at entry-level jobs need to progress to higher level and better paying jobs. The Shea project, which evolved following CDC concept review and planning commission processes, includes 4 Class A light industrial buildings totaling 275,000 square feet. In 2019, the business park was fully tenanted, creating approximately 300 new jobs in Hayward. Major companies included Quartzy, a software company that supports the biotech industry, Iron Ridge, a manufacturer and designer of structural hardware used for the solar panel industry, and Uniformity Labs, an industrial 3D printing company that prints custom parts for the aerospace and automotive industry. So some of the most cutting edge events companies have now call Hayward home because of this project. This investment, new job creation, also helps with the tenanting of the neighboring Eden Shores retail project that you are probably very familiar with. This property sat vacant for quite a while, and the new daytime population, or that consumer demand for the new daytime workers, was a contributing factor in the full tenanting of this space. Eden Shores Retail Center now offers amenities for the daytime workers and neighboring community residents alike. Tenants include Starbucks, Five Guys, Blue Ginger, which is an Indian restaurant, Katsuo, a Japanese sushi and grill space, among other businesses. These businesses also supported approximately 100 new retail jobs in Hayward, which is a great feature. This project took a tremendous amount of work across multiple departments, but I'd like to specifically call out our colleagues in development services, particularly Sarah Bowser in planning and her team, together along with Shea property representatives, city staff, council, negotiated a list of allowed uses in this planned development district and worked hard hand in hand helping Shea properties to secure tenants and complete the tenant improvement permitting process. In conclusion, we're incredibly proud to receive this award from CalEd and happy that this approach is now considered a best practice for attracting advanced industries and supporting STEM job creation statewide. That concludes my presentation, Mayor. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, okay, I'm back. Sorry, I wasn't seeing the screen. It went black for a while, but now I am, so I can see if there are any questions of council. I'm not seeing that there are. Let me see, wait a minute. No, but I know we all want to offer our congratulations, and we're all, I think the development, I'm more familiar with the retail part of it, the, around the Costco, the little shopping areas, has come along very nicely. And I think we're all very proud of you for being, winning this award, but also really appreciate the work that went into it and the good work that went into getting us to this point, which, as any of us who have been around for a while know, was not easy, and it took a long time coming, but we got a really good result. So I really do thank you, Mr. Nguyen, and your team for the work that you've done on this. And I hope that we can, yes, we'll collectively applaud you here, since we can't do it in person in chambers. But was there actually a physical award there that we can display somewhere on this?
Yes, there'll be a nice huge plaque that'll go in front of council chambers, and hopefully when we all can gather again, we can all gawk in awe of the coolness of the plaque.
All right. So check it out when we can all come back to the city hall. So, all right. So with that, I think we're ready to move on to public comments. And Madam City Clerk, I'll turn it over to you. Do we have any attendees who wish to submit a public comment?
Yes, Madam Mayor. And before I let me make an announcement. So this is the opportunity for public members to speak, to address the council on items that are not on the agenda. So this is the opportunity. And if you wish to speak and you are using the Zoom application, please click the raise hand button and your name will be called. If you're dialing in, press *9 to raise your hand, and then *6 to unmute. Your area code and the last 3 digits of your phone number will be called when it's time for you to speak. And when called to speak, please begin by stating your name and limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Thank you for allowing me to make the announcement. And with that, I see that we have one request to speak, and I'm going to go ahead and call on Zachariah Okenda. Please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm the only one to speak, huh? Yeah, the big meeting, so I'll try to make this short and sweet. I was able to attend so first of all, my name is Zachariah Okenda for the public. I'm a commissioner on this Community Services Commission and a member of the Community Advisory Panel to the Chief of Police. In my day job, I also am a reentry attorney with Root and Rebound, which is an organization that serves formerly and currently incarcerated people navigating the barriers of reentry, including housing. That's what my comment is on tonight. I recently attended the quarterly meeting of the Council's Homelessness and Housing Task Force, which included discussion, as some of the council members remember, on housing priorities the city must home in on moving forward. One comment that I raised at that meeting was just to draw attention to the importance of remembering a significant population of the city of Hayward and some barriers that they face. And that population is full with criminal records, arrest or conviction histories. You may not know this, but roughly 20% of all Californians have a criminal record that poses some barrier to housing and employment. And it's very likely that that number is the same in Hayward. Roughly 20% or more of Hayward residents have criminal records or arrests or conviction histories, which pose barriers to them getting access to affordable, decent housing and employment and a number of other barriers. I raise this tonight because I, in my work, have been doing a lot of advocacy in other forums, and it occurred to me that in all the conversations that we've been having in the city around the barriers that many of our residents and community members are facing, especially with the pandemic, this issue of people with records is close to my heart. My father was incarcerated when I was growing up. Several of my brothers are currently or formerly incarcerated. And I have seen these barriers firsthand. And so I wanted to raise, and I did send a written public comment to the council with a few requests. And the most important one, I'm not getting into the details of any of the policies that I was discussing in that comment, but I just wanted to touch on the last request that I made as the bigger picture of thinking of how we can fit this issue into the vision of Hayward housing access moving forward. I think part of the housing element discusses equal opportunities for housing for all. And I think in that vision and in the legislative solutions that council is considering moving forward to recover from this pandemic, I would really like to see us include people who are facing these reentry barriers, people who are barred from housing or discriminated against because of their records, be included as persons that deserve housing as well. And I'd just like to see those policies be investigated. So thank you for sharing. Thanks, Mayor.
For the comment, I did see your earlier email. Didn't have time. I kind of read through it, but I do think it warrants further discussion about our program and making sure that we're not excluding people from housing through our program. But thank you for bringing this to our attention. And
Thank you.
we have any other public comments, Madam City Clerk?
No additional requests to speak, Madam Mayor. That completes public comments.
Okay, so that brings us to our action items, and first our consent calendar, which tonight is items 1 through, I believe, through 9. Councilmember Wahab?
Thank you. I would like to pull item number 5. And I think I'll leave it at that for today.
Okay, and Madam City Clerk, I don't see any other requests to speak right now you're not aware that we have any members of the public who wish to pull any of these items?
No, we don't have any requests, Madam Mayor.
All right, so then I would entertain a motion on items 1 through 4 and 6 through 9.
Move.
Moved by
Second.
And seconded by Councilmember Lamden? Yeah, okay. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll on that motion by Councilmember Wahab, seconded by Councilmember Lamden?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Lamden?
Aye.
Councilmember Marquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Mendel?
Yes.
Councilmember Salinas?
Yes.
Councilmember Wahab?
Yes.
Councilmember Cermeño?
Yes.
Mayor Halliday?
Yes.
Thank you.
So now we will go back to item number 5, which is adopt a resolution authorizing the extension of the Council Homelessness Housing Task Force for an additional 2-year period through March 2023. Councilmember Wahab.
Thank you. I just want to say that Councilmember Salinas and Councilmember Lamden and I have had probably a very robust 2 years working on a lot of different housing issues. I also want to thank staff for providing, significant staff reports, the data, the presentations, the effort around it, the community outreach, and so much more regarding housing and a lot of the items that we've talked about, as well as the public who definitely chime in on this particular subcommittee. I would like to have council consider making this a permanent standing committee as we meet quarterly, and housing tends to be a big factor in our city, as well as homelessness. So I would like to move the item making this a permanent standing committee for the city council.
Is there a second to that motion? Councilmember Mendel? You're muted, but your hand is up.
Yeah, I don't want to second that, but I would like to speak in a moment.
Well, I don't see a second, Councilmember Wahab. It's a good thought. We're extending it. You know, this is a motion to extend it through March 2023, and I would think that at that point we can look at your suggestion and say at that point, do we want to continue?
Okay, no, I appreciate that. It's definitely a priority for me, and you know, it is part of our strategic plan. So very interesting. Thank you.
So,
Madam Mayor?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I want to move the staff item, staff recommendation without modification. And if there's a second, I have a comment.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Salinas. So I was looking at the staff report, and I appreciated the breakdown of the agenda topics by category. And I want to highlight the fact that half of the discussion topics have been one topic, which is rent stabilization. You know, housing production, home ownership, homelessness, affordable housing have barely been discussed at all by comparison. And it is my strong encouragement to the members of the committee, to the members of council and members of staff that in the next 2 years, we focus on some of those items that have not been discussed 7 times already, and avoid some duplication of effort. You know, home ownership, homelessness, affordable housing, housing production. Those are things that we really need to focus on. We're not going to solve these problems unless we provide more housing and more affordable housing. So let's put some effort into that as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Holliday.
Yes, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I just, I agree with Councilmember Mendel. And, conversely, and to, I don't know, gently push back, we'll keep to, moving the housing agenda forward. But what often happens is that when we make recommendations to vote on the council usually kicks items back to us to tweak or fix or enhance or something like that. But I get what you're saying, Councilmember Mendel, and yeah, there are much other things that we could be addressing, and I know COVID-19 necessitated some immediate stuff, and but I agree. I think there's some things that we have neglected to pay equal attention to and move forward. And so I look forward to doing that in the next 2 years. So yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank the task force members for their work and agree with the comment you made, Mayor. This is a very important, echoing Councilmember Wahab's comments. This is part of our strategic plan. It's not going anywhere. We're basically moving forward with a commitment for the next 2 years, and work more than likely still will be needed. So we could definitely revisit this in a 1.5 to 2 year mark. So thank you. I will be supporting the motion.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Wahab.
Thank you. I support the motion. Obviously, I just wanted this to be a permanent item, considering that it's such an important topic. To Councilmember Mendel, and I know you are not on the Housing Task Force, so you haven't seen all the agenda items, but I will say that we have actually brought up home ownership many times, and we have been trying to push for that. This past week, we also had a homelessness basically work session, I want to call it, very much focused around efforts around homelessness and our 5-year plan moving forward around homelessness. So I will say that. And also the rent stabilization, because we had multiple pieces of that 40-year-old policy that we had to update, and it was a lot of robust discussion just as it came to City Council multiple times. So just for clarity purposes, I do hope that we expand our task force and potentially even meet more frequently. And just because, again, we meet quarterly and other commissions meet almost on a monthly basis, I do think it's incredibly vital and a priority, especially during COVID, as people are struggling with housing and basically shelter in general. So I will be supporting this, but hope that we do a little bit more around housing in general. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Zermino?
Yes, thank you. I do agree with colleague Mendel in that we need to ensure that we also speak with our other objectives. For example, there's a home ownership possibility workshop tomorrow with Wells Fargo Bank, $25,000. That kind of stuff needs to be out there. And then there was something very interesting. I always keep pushing for regional solutions. San Francisco Chronicle came out with an article, and this is what it states. There's a lot of verbiage around affordable housing, but not much action. It is a county, Marin County, it is a county controlled by people who feel affordable housing is not appropriate in Marin County. So we have quite a few cities in our Bay Area, all 102, who don't want affordable housing. Vallejo stated at an ABAG meeting, we don't want Section 8 in Vallejo. So as much as we would like to solve this problem ourselves, we need to ensure that we push everybody in the region, in our Bay Area, to do what we're trying to do, not just us. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And yes, you're right. It is a regional problem. I do want to thank the task force chaired by Councilmember Lamnin with Council members Salinas and Wahab as the other two members. And you have done a lot of good work, and I'm glad we're extending it for another 2 years. And we can see where we are at that point. I know we have a very exciting item on our agenda later this evening that I know that you all heard and have moved forward to us, and looking forward to hearing that. So keep up the good work, at least for another 2 years, and we'll see beyond that. Wait a minute, another, yeah, well, 2.5 years, actually. So in any event, with that, on the motion to approve the staff recommendation made by Councilmember Mendel and seconded by Councilmember Salinas. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Lamnin.
Aye.
Councilmember Marquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Mendel.
Yes.
Councilmember Salinas.
Yes.
Councilmember Wahab.
Yes.
Councilmember Cermeño.
Yes.
Mayor Halliday.
Yes.
Thank you.
That motion carries with 7 aye votes. So thank you. And now we will move on to item number 10 on our agenda, which is a work session on the commercial cannabis program that we have to review and provide feedback on recommended process and policy updates to the city's commercial cannabis program. And we will start, I believe, with a report from Development Services Director Simpson.
Thank you. Thank you. Actually, Principal Planner Jeremy Lakirko will be presenting this evening, and we also have Planning Manager Sarah Bowser here as well to help answer questions and to hear your feedback. So I'll turn it over to Jeremy. Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Nice to see everyone again, if not only virtually. I wanted to kind of give everyone a quick update on where we are before we dive into the work session. The last time I think we comprehensively reviewed this topic, it was almost a year ago. And at that point, we were requesting your assistance in our evaluation of policies related to updating our cannabis program. And at that point, you gave us some really good direction and some solid direction on opportunities for scope that you wanted us to look at. And we're back before you this evening with some what we think are some really good, robust policy and process changes that we would like to get your feedback As you know, we've been working with our consultants, ICF, for the last year. And the purpose of this is to really not only identify new opportunities to strengthen the process, but also ensure that we are incorporating best practices that have been reflected while also eliminating a lot of the duplicative processes that has resulted in a lot of duplicative regulatory oversight between the city of Hayward and the state of California. Next slide, please. So the format of the meeting tonight, of the work session, is to give you a brief overview of the program objectives, and that would be what are the key objectives of our update that we started over a year ago. Also, what are the findings from that work that our consultants ICF have completed. And then get into a second section, which is talking more specifically about proposed program revisions that could include a new licensing review and selection process for cannabis applicants. We are also proposing a social equity component, which is a relatively new discussion for the city of Hayward related to cannabis, but it is something that many other jurisdictions that do regulate cannabis or that allow cannabis have incorporated as part of their program. And so as such, and knowing that it really does align with a lot of the direction that council had given with related to other social equity components, we thought that it would be very valuable to consider those approaches for the city as well. In addition to that, we have some updated application components that we're going to propose. And many of these are consistent with previous direction, but just for confirmation, we'd like to revisit those topics in front of the council this evening and get your feedback. And then we'll get into more specific policy-related questions as it relates to zoning and land use, the regulation of ancillary uses. We have several cannabis operators that are currently established that are also looking to possibly expand, and so we would like to get your feedback on that, as well as more specific information related to auditing and compliance and how we can make sure and ensure that our program is being administered successfully. At the very end, we will then, at that point, we will be asking for your very specific feedback on some very specific policy questions and processes that we've highlighted, not only in the staff report, but also in this presentation. Next slide, please. As you know, a lot of the program objectives that we've developed to date have really focused on trying to increase the number of businesses that are currently operating in Hayward. Many of you may know that the city has licensed over 23 applicants doing a very myriad of cannabis activities. Many of those, most of those applicants have successfully gone through the land use process, but some of them have not, and others failed to submit their required land use entitlement applications within a timely manner. And so obviously increasing the number of businesses in Hayward was seen as a key focal point of this program update. In addition, we wanted to make sure that we were refining the application and licensing processes. Again, this kind of gets back at the lessons learned from the initial RFP process, which was very time consuming, very staff intensive resources, and did require a lot of, and reflected a lot of duplicative action that we were regulating on top of what the state was regulating. In addition, we wanted to strengthen our auditing and compliance processes to ensure that we not only were being compliant with more recently adopted state legislation, but we also had a process that was seamless for the applicant as well as city staff when it came to renewal of those licenses. How easy is it to get through that process? What are opportunities that we have to make the process better? And additionally, we wanted to develop mechanisms that could maximize community benefits. And I know subsequent to our original adoption, there has been an additional tax increase that the council adopted that was really intended to target community benefits, but also making sure that the partnerships and in the licensing with our cannabis applicants are really, in fact, providing a community benefit as well and giving back to the community. In addition, we want to just check and make sure that everything that we are doing on a local level is ensuring that we have a full cost recovery and that we have the staff resources and the capacity to be able to manage a program and administer the program successfully. And then finally, kind of everything else, it all kind of comes down to what is the land use and regulatory framework that not only the city staff, but also the applicants need to adhere to. And so making sure that those regulations are clear and transparent, and they align not only with state regulations, but they reflect our updated processes. With that, I'm going to turn over the next slide to Eliza Johnston, who is the Policy Director for ICF, to continue this portion of the presentation.
Thanks so much, Jeremy. Happy to be here this evening with you all. So as Jeremy said, our main work has been to conduct a program evaluation, and it includes these key elements that you see on the slide here. We began by collecting feedback from city departments that are key to the program's implementation. This included the planning division, obviously, police, fire, code enforcement, the revenue division, and we worked with these folks to systematically review the experience to date with Hayward's programs. Then we conducted stakeholder interviews with selected current Hayward licensees to take stock of the current industry realities and to capture their feedback on the application, the licensing, and the auditing processes that they just underwent. We reviewed successful practices that were being employed by other comparable jurisdictions in California and across the country, focusing on Sacramento, Grover Beach, Santa Rosa, Pacifica, to the extent that these lessons learned were relevant to the Hayward experience. And then we've begun developing specific updates to elements of Hayward's program. We started by focusing on updating Hayward's licensing and entitlement process for the cannabis businesses, and that's largely what we're going to talk about today. Going forward, we're developing improvements to the city's auditing and compliance functions, internal organization and coordination, and ultimately proposing revisions to Hayward's cannabis ordinance and master fee schedule. Along the way, we will be conducting additional work sessions like the one today, both with City Council and the Planning Commission, to present findings from our review, discuss design alternatives for each of the program updates that Jeremy described, and seek guidance on key policy decisions. So jumping in, if we could go to the next slide. I'm going to start off by presenting some findings from evaluation and then jumping into some recommendations. So overall, ICF, our assessment indicated that while Hayward's progress is moving along, it's been slow, and it's performing roughly on par with other jurisdictions in Alameda County and across California, but there is room for improvement. The analysis identified two significant areas of potential improvement for the city's program: strengthening internal organizational capacities and coordination, and streamlining the entitlement process for cannabis businesses. These areas were identified by cannabis licensees and then validated by Hayward staff as priority areas. As discussed, ICF worked with city staff to generate a range of recommendations for updating the city's programs, and then further refine these recommendations based on lessons learned, both positive and negative, from other local jurisdictions. ICF reconvened the staff working group to review these specific program innovations, and then forged an interdepartmental agreement to collaborate on refining these recommendations. The results of these discussions are being presented here tonight for your consideration. Next slide, please. So first, I'm going to talk through our evaluation of the business license process and explore the potential improvements that we're going to be discussing. While there was broad consensus that the RFP process is robust and impartial, there is a desire to incorporate lessons learned from the first round, in particular to streamline the process where possible. Specific changes with the current approach that were raised include the RFP and review process was time-consuming for both staff and applicants. The quality of the written applications submitted often didn't correlate with the ultimate quality of the proposer applicant team due to third-party consultants who sometimes wrote the applications on behalf of the applicants, as well as other factors. The city also received some complaints from applicants over the requirements or process, shifting criteria for the interviews, and all of this really just speaks to the need to tighten up the process for the next round. Based on our analysis, the key objective is to revise the process to immediately weed out applicants who have proposed locations that don't meet the zoning eligibility requirements, or who are bad applicants that just don't meet the minimum requirement for sound business operations, remove redundancy, and then clarify the process. Specifically, we explored the following improvements. First, to conduct a pre-application review or screening process to select only serious applicants, and then interview all candidates at an earlier stage in the process to ensure the quality of the applicant up front. Second, to require site control at the BOP phase. This will ensure that only serious applicants apply and will allow for a concurrent application of the BOP and CUP processes, which will speed up and streamline the process overall. Additionally, recommend defer to state license recommendations wherever possible to reduce redundancy and potential discrepancy. And lastly, update and clarify key recommendations and thresholds for approval at the offset so the applicants know exactly what the criteria are. So again, these are sort of potential improvement areas that we considered. And as you'll see later on in our conversation today, I'll talk about how these sort of formulate into our recommendation. We go to the next slide, please. So next, we evaluated the land use entitlement process for improvement. So many licensees described the process as a major impediment to getting the business operational. So this was a clear opportunity to improve our administrative efficiency and ensure that businesses move through the process more speedily. Specific challenges with the current approach include licensees that felt the process was cumbersome and more demanding or detailed than other cities. The long delays in the city response and multiple rounds of back and forth iterations. There's some duplication with state requirements, and applicants without pre-selected locations had difficulty finding a site, developing site-specific operational or safety plans, and submitting planning applications with all the necessary documentation within the stipulated timeframe, as Jeremy referenced earlier. So based on our analysis, we explored the following improvements. To remove duplication, we want to make sure that we're consistent with state requirements, such as for product tracking or waste management hours of operation, as well as other regulatory issues covered by Hayward's business license process. Clarify what requirements need to be met up front versus those that could be handled later on in the operational compliance processes. Consider revising zoning for allowable locations of cannabis businesses, and require concurrent BOP and CUP processes to allow applicants to begin the time-intensive process earlier in the overall process. So those are the outcomes of our evaluation. And if you move on to the next slide, you can see, based on that assessment, ICF proposes the following updates to the Hayward cannabis process. Go to the next slide, please. So in your packet and staff report, you saw a more detailed chart. Here is a simplified version on the right, just for ease of readability and legibility on the slide deck. But I'm going to walk through sort of each element of the proposed process and talk about what it entails. But I think this is just a good schematic to understand how the process would flow. We propose a process that includes 3 primary components. The first is the preliminary screening to determine the applicant's eligibility. And then there would be a concurrent land use permit process that would be focusing primarily on site-specific requirements, and a business operating permit process, which would focus on the sort of broader operational and regulatory requirements. So specifically, the preliminary determination of eligibility, would be a new process, but it would be this sort of upfront screening process that would determine an applicant's eligibility before the applicant or the city began the time-consuming and resource-intensive full application and review process. The screenings would occur year-round, and the applicant would be required to submit sort of 4 primary components. Pre-application form that would just include basic information about the applicant, property, location, and proof of site control. The background check, again, this would be consistent with the current live scan background check. A project narrative, which would include a summary of the project, later to be enumerated on and provide more detail in the business operating permit process. But this would just give a sense of what the market opportunity is, the business model, description of the day-to-day operations, description of the products sold, description of how the operations conform to laws, and some information about the expertise of the owner and the staff. And then again, most importantly, this would conclude with an interview with city staff, again, allowing staff to have an opportunity to engage with the applicants early on in the process to determine their credibility. Once an applicant, was determined eligible, they would move into the concurrent land use permit process. This process would review projects for compliance with zoning requirements, building and fire codes, general plan, landscaping requirements, and the Hayward Municipal Code. The land use permit process is primarily designed to gather information related to the site-specific, the business site premise, which includes, supplemental cannabis-specific information such as the operations plan, the security plan, sustainability plan, and a community relations contact. Concurrent, again, would be the business operating permit process. The goal of this would be to gather information about the business operations that were not already covered in the preliminary determination of eligibility. So more information on the business structure, a more detailed business plan and labor and employment practices, likely a discussion of community benefits and social equity, which again, Jeremy will talk about a little bit later in our conversation tonight. And at this phase, the fee would be paid and the background check for any additional team members that were added would be conducted. There may be some additional requirements based on the specific business type. So once an applicant was able to sort of check all of those boxes on, sort of a pass-fail for the land use and the business operating permit, then it would move to council for approval and additional business permit, state licenses and everything. If you could move to the next slide, please. So, in summary, there are several key changes with this proposed approach. First off, there's a new pre-application screening process, again, with the interest of weeding out non-qualified applicants early on. There's the requirement of site control up front, which will alleviate some of the challenges that were raised during our evaluation. Concurrent business licensing and land use entitlement process to streamline the process overall and hopefully make it more timely. Clarifying requirements for each stage of the process and eliminate duplication between the internal processes and the state regulations, as well as duplication between land use and BOP. Next slide, please. So I think the main benefits of this proposed approach, most importantly, this revised process maintains the rigor of the existing RFP process, but also ensures that cannabis businesses will be able to move through the licensing process more efficiently so that they can work to meet the city's expectations related to economic development, social equity, labor and employment practices, and community benefits. It intelligently utilizes limited city staff and resources. The new pre-application screening process provides a preliminary determination of eligibility both before the applicant and the city begins the time and resource-intensive process of reviewing detailed application and business plan materials by immediately weeding out applicants who don't have a proposed location that meets the zoning requirements, don't have proof of site control for the proposed locations, or don't pass the background check requirements, or don't meet the minimum requirements for a sound business operation. And lastly, it increases the administrative efficiency and decreases the time it takes for applicants to become operational by removing duplication, reducing complexity, and improving coordination and information sharing between the city staff. Next slide, please. So again, as Jeremy said, we're posing these questions now for hopeful discussion at the end of the conversation. But I think the key areas for your consideration are, do you agree with the proposed updates to the city's cannabis licensing and land use entitlement process? Do you have any additional guidance or feedback on future rounds? And are there any questions from council on this proposed process? So Jeremy, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Eliza. So we go to the next slide, please. So now we kind of go into what are some new components that we are proposing as part of our cannabis program. And we started this, as I mentioned last year, and trying to look at what are the opportunities to not only streamline the requirements, but also ensure that it's meeting all of the city's larger social equity objectives as it relates to employment and selection of new businesses. And so we started this process, like I said, a year ago, and and working with ICF, we asked them to take a look into what other communities are doing related to developing a social equity component. And it became very clear through the background and the research that low-income and minority communities do have a disproportionately and have been disproportionately affected by the adverse impacts of cannabis criminalization and its enforcement. Social equity programs have been used to address many of these components from past cannabis policies and their inequities. And what we're hoping is that by including a kind of a suite of equity components, that this would help strengthen and encourage kind of a more robust, transparent process when it comes to evaluating of cannabis applicants. There is a broad range of equity provisions and rationales that ICF originally looked at. And that original list included close to 7 different equity options. And when we took those equity options to the GARE task force and requested their feedback, we basically identified these 4 areas that could be potential for strengthening the social equity component in the city. So the first one that we talked about is that we have an opportunity to require that half of approved applicants be equity applicants. And the justification behind this is really that while minority and low-income communities have been disproportionately affected by the war on drugs and cannabis policing, the majority of the legal adult use and medical cannabis operations are not led or owned by minority or low-income applicants. And so again, the objective with this first criteria would be that we would provide a very explicit mandate that would ensure that at least half of all new cannabis applicants could qualify as equity applicants. And that would also ensure that access to the legal cannabis industry in Hayward supports growth of equity businesses. The second one that we had talked about is provide priority permit processing for equity applicants. And this really gets around the justification here with this opportunity is that there are some significant financial barriers that currently exist for low-income equity entrepreneurs. Oftentimes there's long permitting processes, not only from the local, but also from the state, that could drive up costs, and by their nature, that could bar these equity applicants from entering into the cannabis industry. Again, the objective here with the second component here would be to speed up the permitting timeline for equity applicants to ensure that the process does not become overly costly and cumbersome for the applicant. The third item would be that cannabis-related possession offenses would not exclude an applicant from obtaining a license. And we brought this up, and the justification with this one is that cannabis use is roughly equal among Blacks and whites, yet Black Americans are almost four times as likely to be arrested for cannabis possession. Cannabis possession arrests have a staggeringly disproportionately affected Black Americans, and they have come at a tremendous human cost. Arrests and convictions obviously negatively impact public housing, student financing and financial eligibility, as well as employment opportunities and more. And so the key objective for this one would be that we would allow commercial cannabis. Now, since commercial cannabis has been legalized, we are making sure that marginalized communities are not, in fact, barred from entry into the Hayward scene. The last one is really a tearing off of what we currently do in the city of Hayward, which is really kind of providing a suite of business concierge service. And again, this would be an idea that economic development and the planning department could collaborate to really provide some more in-depth technical assistance and startup for some of these applicants that are trying to navigate the very rigorous regulatory framework. This would allow kind of a new process and encourage equity applicants to begin that process. And sometimes it could be very daunting if we were to show them the current regulations. And again, similar to how we've already been trying to encourage economic development and expanding a business community, the business, this is an emerging industry, has an opportunity to attract some new applicants, and certainly any opportunity that we can to help them through this process is maybe something that we'd want to consider. Next slide, please. And so with this, what we're going to be asking council for feedback on at the end of the presentation is, does the council agree that inclusion of a social equity component as part of the next round of cannabis program is warranted and is something that should be implemented? And in addition, if there's any feedback that any of the council has on the 4 equity components that are proposed, or if you have additional questions, that would be a good opportunity for that as well. Next slide. The next component is looking at the application components. As part of the RFP process, we had a very robust conversation with city council and members of the community for kind of what their vision wanted to be when we were including and scoring and ranking applicants. And what's been slightly augmented from the RFP is that what, as Eliza pointed to, is that we're not proposing to do the rigorous RFP process anymore, but we are proposing to maintain the integrity of the RFP process and the rigor by still continuing to include some application components that would be essential for the city to be able to understand better who these applicants are and what they're proposing in our community. So as part of that, one of the things that we would continue to require is a more formalized business structure component, which would provide would require the applicants provide a more detailed description of their commercial cannabis businesses, their organizational status, the proof of status, the partnership, any partnership agreements that they may have, and then also to make sure that they are very transparent about listing any owners and all entities that have an interest of at least 5% or greater in the business. The second thing would be a local ownership and control component. And this is really kind of looking at, how many of the owners that are included are actually either from Hayward or areas around Hayward, that to the extent the businesses could be locally managed and or owned, and or to what degree are the principal owners and employees also, do they reside in Hayward or in Alameda County? The third one is a community benefit proposal, and that would be something that would be more site-specific based on the land use and location that applicants would now be required to disclose. Applicants could continue to submit a community benefit proposal if council thought that that was essential, and it could be more focused on specific neighborhoods around that location of where they're proposing to operate their business. And it could include, very specific neighborhood specific benefits, could include overarching health education and prevention programs, as well as they could provide a quantification of economic benefits or other community outreach examples that could be included. And again, it's not intended to provide a duplicative taxation component, but also, having the applicant really kind of disclose what opportunities they have to really partner with neighborhood, which is very similar to what we do with a lot of land use applicants that are coming into an existing neighborhood, trying to determine neighborhood compatibility and making sure that they are in fact going to be good neighbors. The fourth component is a social equity criteria, which I previously discussed. And then the last one is maintenance of that labor and employment practices component. And that's really making sure that applicants are including their labor and employment practices proposals that really detail what is their hiring plan, what is the potential certification for a labor peace agreement, and what is the applicant's intention to negotiate one, and also make sure that applicants are in fact paying their employees a living wage, which is something that we've heard over and over again, as well as incorporating anti-discrimination policies and any other compensation or education opportunities or training that their employees could use. And so those are kind of the refined, updated program components. Many of those are very similar carryovers, but slightly augmented from the original RFP process. Next slide, please. And so for council consideration that we'll be discussing is, does council want to remove or amend that community benefit component from the updated application process due to the supplemental tax that was approved in 2008? Or are there any other additional components that council would recommend that we actually include as part of our evaluation application component? Next slide. And so as we previously were talking about a lot of process improvements, now we're going to dive into more some of the policy considerations that we've heard from applicants, we've heard from council members, we've heard from neighborhood associations, a lot of interested parties that are very interested in operating cannabis industries in Hayward have at one time or another have asked these questions. And as part of our update, we thought this was a great opportunity to get your feedback and direction on ways that we can proceed forward. Next slide, please. So I've broken this out into various components. The first component is zoning and land use. And so as many of you know, manufacturing, cultivation, distribution, delivery, and testing labs are permitted in a majority of the industrial zone areas throughout the city. Most of those areas and most of those uses require an AUP or a CUP. And currently, the city does not have a cap on the number of non-retail cannabis licenses related to manufacturing, cultivation, distribution, and so forth. Retail dispensaries, on the other hand, are limited primarily to the downtown area. And there are some other scattered sites that are zoned general commercial. Per council's last mandate, we have a current limit of 3 storefront retail dispensaries. But one of the things that we want to just revisit for policy direction is just to determine whether or not there's any opportunities for any changes to any of those components above. In addition, there's been several micro businesses that have been awarded. In fact, so far to date, there's been 5 micro business licenses that have been awarded by the city. The definition of a micro business, in order to qualify for a micro business, is that there is a size limitation that the state puts forward. But in order to qualify as a micro business, applicants need to do at least 3 of the 4 activities that are listed above. And so while we do have some micro businesses that are proposing a very small storefront retail area that only sells product, the retail component does not necessarily need to be storefront. It could be a non-storefront retail operation that is delivering directly to consumers. In addition to that, the existing regulatory framework does limit what can be sold in those storefront retail as part of micro businesses, and we only allow that the products that are either produced or manufactured on site could be made available and sold in the retail store. The last component here is that we do allow level 1 manufacturing. Level 1 manufacturing is typically the use of non-volatile extraction methods. This is primarily, it does require a separate licensing type if applicants want to propose a level 2. The city currently has a prohibition on level 2 manufacturing, and we did that. We incorporated that requirement back in 2017 when we adopted our original regulations because a lot of the emerging industry was unknown. There were a lot of safety implications for extraction, a lot of extraction methods that used high amounts of butane and other volatile substances, which could have posed a potential safety risk. But opportunities to revisit that and advances in equipment and safety protocols have changed that. And so level 2 is probably not quite as dangerous as it once was. And so that would be something that we would ask as well. Next slide. So the council consideration questions specifically related to zoning and land use are, does the council want to maintain the retail cap at 3? And or does the council want to place a cap on any other land use cannabis activities throughout the city? As I pointed out before, retail is the only one that currently has a cap, and there are no caps for any other uses. The other thing that we've heard at staff level from council and from members of the community, including several applicants, is that they're having a really difficult time finding a location to establish given the existing zoning and given the real estate market, especially in the downtown. And so the question to be posed is, does council have any desire for us to explore other areas in the city where they would want us to amend or potentially amend to allow for cannabis? And again, we don't have specific designated area that we're thinking of right now, but we wanted to get your feedback if this is something that you would like staff to research and explore. In addition, as I mentioned, we do have a size limitation for ancillary retail operations that are associated with the micro business. It can exceed 10% of the retail floor area, and that was really a carryover from a lot of our industrial regulations that were adopted many, many years ago. And so does count the question really in the feedback that we're hoping for council is, do they want us to limit the size of that retail operation to make sure that it doesn't end up becoming a micro dispensary, or do they want to maintain that the retail operation shall be a non-storefront only? And that certainly is something that we can write into our code. And then the last one, it relates to the level 2 cannabis manufacturing activities. Currently, we prohibit that, and if the city council has a desire for us to revisit that to encourage additional economic development, we can certainly take a look if there's opportunities to incorporate level 2 manufacturing in a safe manner. Next slide. The other things that we've heard from several applicants, and it's really kind of questions that I think any industry encounters as it's an emerging industry. And there's things that when we wrote our original land use regulations, we didn't anticipate. One of the things that we've discussed before is the fact that a lot of the testing labs that we currently have around the state, there's one currently in Hayward, it's called Heron's Lab. But a lot of those state labs, they test cannabis products, and it's really intended to be a public safety measure to make sure that the product meets minimum safety standards prior to anyone consuming the product. However, many of these testing labs don't operate only with cannabis. Most of these testing labs operate including Heron's Lab. They do other sort of FDA testing. They check other products to ensure public safety. And cannabis is one component, it's an ancillary component of what they do. We have other instances where we have other activities such as waste haulers that may be required to obtain a distribution license from the state to be able to transfer and dispose of cannabis waste products. But cannabis waste hauler is going to be a slightly different type of activity and operational component than, say, a traditional cannabis distributor. And so that obviously poses some challenges that we hadn't previously thought of. And currently, none of these operators can operate in the city of Hayward without going through the RFP process the way it is currently. And they would also be required with an updated process to go through that as well. And so we wanted to get feedback from council on that component. We've also received other inquiries from operators who are looking to establish in Hayward. However, as I pointed out, the current regulatory framework is not really conducive for those operators to even come to the city without going through a formalized RFP process or some other regimented process that we're hoping to update and refine and streamline with our new process improvements. Next slide. And so the questions for council consideration is, does council want us to handle cannabis when it's an ancillary activity, such as when it's part of a larger testing operation? Do we want to subject those operators to the same evaluation, review, and selection processes that we would other kind of cannabis operators that use cannabis as a primary activity, such as cultivation or retail dispensaries? And then the other thing would be, for non-traditional cannabis applicants that are required to get a local cannabis license, such as a distribution permit for waste haulers, do we want to also subject kind of more of these non-traditional applicants to that process versus a more traditional kind of applicant? And so that would be something that we would want your feedback on. Next slide. The other component that we've heard is that many of the established cannabis operators, as with any emerging industry, they see opportunity and they're looking to potentially expand. And the way that our current regulations are framed, it doesn't really allow for expansion without going through a very robust processes. So what we've heard is that currently, as we've pointed out, that our current regulatory ordinance allows for a pretty rigorous, cumbersome process. We're hoping to streamline that. However, for the applicants that have already been vetted through the city and that have already been selected and received a license, the question comes down to is, do we want to allow, as a matter of policy or practice, applicants to be subjected to the same kind of review process that was previously pointed to, whether it's the RFP or whether it's the updated process that Eliza talked about? Do we want to allow that to happen outside of a formalized application? And so, next slide. And so, one of the things that we would be looking for is, does council support a more separate, expedited review process for existing operators who have already been vetted throughout the community, have already obtained their license from City Council, and are now looking to expand their business to include potential other cannabis activities? Next slide. And then the last component is really focused around strengthening the auditing and compliance component. One of the things that we're looking to do is we're proposing a more explicit and robust system for auditing and inspection. And I think one of the challenges that we're realizing now is that we developed a regulatory framework. We weren't really anticipating a whole lot of auditing and compliance components in there. And I think right now, as we're getting upon annual renewals for a lot of our existing applicants, we're looking to make sure that the processes are very transparent, that the expectations by both the applicant and the city are known, and that it's very clear on what the city's expectations are. And so the challenges that we have with our current process is that, our current inspections are costly and inefficient. There's some confusion in a lot of our own departments on whose role is what at what point of the process. There have been some discrepancies that we've experienced oftentimes between building plans being submitted in licensing and planning division with those submitting to the building division. And so again, making sure that we're very clear and being consistent. And then it's also, I think there's just an acknowledgement that it's pretty unrealistic that we can assume that the state's Bureau of Cannabis Control will be able to handle the same kind of inspection and compliance to ensure public safety like the city can. And so part of what we're looking at is, how do we strengthen our auditing compliance to make sure that not only they're being reviewed when they're originally selected, but how do we ensure that they are continually operating in a safe manner throughout the year and for additional activities to come. Next slide. And so some of the potential improvements that we have not fully vetted out, and we're going to be looking for your feedback this evening related to that, is potential improvements related to coordination of compliance and inspections between the various divisions. I mean, obviously, that seems to be a pinch point for the city. Also clarifying systems, procedures, and timings of when those will occur. It's not clear right now. Do the inspections occur when they go through, when they get city council license issuance, or does it happen following the land use approval? And so just creating a more seamless, transparent process for that is something that we had talked about. How do we ensure that operation compliance monitoring, such as background checks, parking, emergency access, security lighting, storage of chemicals, product storage, et cetera, how do we make sure that they're meeting any conditions of approval that were established as part of the land use approvals? How do we make sure that they're operating in compliance with state and local regulatory requirements? And so making sure, again, that we are checking on a regular basis, and we're very clear about what those inspections are supposed to include. But we also want to make sure that, again, that each department that is going to be involved with these inspections are looking for the right things, and to ensure that we are creating a very safe component that identifies any issues across the board. And then, obviously, there's always a potential that we could, come up with some sort of, central software, some sort of auditing program that could help us, better monitor these. And I think the EnerGov process that we are currently launching would be an opportunity to do that. And I think we're looking at that. But I mean, again, there's, making sure that not only are we creating a robust cannabis program for the city, but how are we maintaining and administering that program in a safe manner? Next slide. And then, so getting back to, again, the kind of the last components here are, this is just more of a validation. Does council continue to support full cost recovery for administration and enforcement of the cannabis program in the city? It may increase, it may require an increase of the cannabis license fee. One other thing that we've heard of from several applicants is maybe it's a tiered fee. Maybe some applicants that are only doing a very small operation, maybe their fee is slightly less because they're not required to go through as many inspections as, say, a more robust operator. And so, do we want to have maybe a potentially sliding scale for pay as you go? The second thing is, we've talked about this, but not a lot of the regulatory framework and legal framework in cannabis has changed. Now, since cannabis is legal, a lot of the enforcement on the local police department level, the most that we can do is assess fines because cannabis is no longer a criminal activity in that regard. And so, does the council continue to support the assessment of fines for illegal grow operations? And again, this is really intended to not only help augment the amount of staff resources that it currently takes to enforce and shut down those illegal operations, but it also would serve as a deterrent to make sure that the good players are not being suffering or suffocated out by the bad players in the community. And then do we want to allow, and the last component is, do we want to allow council to continue to allow cannabis operators the ability to transfer a minority share of ownership? We currently do require and do allow for minor transfers of ownership. So that way, what you see is hopefully what you get at the end of the day when it comes to an operator that we've reviewed and vetted. But we also know that, operational changes happen and financial partners sometimes leave. And so the question is how flexible does the city want to be in continuing to allow for these minority share of ownership transfers to be allowed? And so that would be something that we would ask for council's direction on. Next slide. And so, again, following direction from council, we are going to continue to work on the program and strengthen the key elements of the program that we've identified before you tonight. We are hoping to launch a new round of applications based on your feedback sometime in the spring. And with that, we'll go to the very specific question. Next slide, please. And so this is it's time for council feedback. The following slides in here are kind of revisiting all of the questions that we previously identified. We can go through that now, or we can wait until after questions from council or any feedback.
Yeah, Jeremy, I would suggest we do public comment first, and then come back to the council discussion.
Yeah, this is a work session, so we're going to go to public comment. And then we'll come back, and I will ask council to be, as organized as possible in terms of answering those. And I see that you prepared special slides at the end so that you can help us if we need, if we need a reminder of what those questions were. So, Madam City Clerk, do we? Let's see.
Yes, Mayor Halliday, we do have a.
Public comments on this? I think we do, yes.
Yes, we do. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and allow Igor to talk. Please go ahead.
Hi there. My name is Igor Milgram. I was hoping I could have an extra minute or two.
Please go ahead, Igor. It's a long evening. So go ahead and try to get.
Gotcha. My name is Igor Milgram. I'm 29 years old, and I am the owner of Stoned Edibles Company. We make a cannabis-infused beef jerky. I'd like to begin my comment by first thanking many of the people I've worked with inside the city who are instrumental in me being where I am. I want to give a special thank you to Kelly McAdoo, Laura Simpson, Maggie Flores, Detective Gabrielle Wright, and most importantly, Jeremy Lacurco. Other than testing labs, Stoned Age was the first cannabis operator in the city. We were the first to apply for and be granted a conditional use permit, first to begin operating, and the first to renew our license. We did this by being as efficient as possible, by working hard and doing our tenant improvements along with everything else with our own hands instead of paying for others to do our work. However, due to us being first, vague or non-existent guidance by the state, both city staff and Stoned Age had a learning curve to deal with to get us up and running. This resulted in several months of delays with a rent at $5,500 per month, which added up pretty quickly. However, due to the amazing work of city staff, we were able to get up and running in July of 2019. This is where I wish I could say we was happily ever after, but unfortunately, life has a way of screwing up your plans. In July, my fiance and I split. In October, my father's 2-year fight with cancer worsened and began slowly paralyzing him. I was already taking time off work to care for my family, and in his last few months, I was forced to miss more and more time. 3 months later, on January 2nd, my father passed away. After that, I became the new caretaker of my mother. I returned to work to catch up on everything I missed in the last 2 months, and then COVID hit, which turned the world upside down one more time. Our sales slowed. We went from 3 employees to 1, but our rent didn't change. As a cannabis business, we received no grants, no PPP money, no government assistance, and no rent relief from our landlord. Our original marketing plan was canceled since we could no longer do in-person demos, and then the several months of looting that occurred where a lot of our customers were robbed. After those hellish years, you would expect me to complain, but I immigrated to this country as a refugee from the Soviet Union. I have no problem with hard work. Creating your own small business is something that's good. It's something that's worth pouring your heart and soul into. This is my American dream. I have come before you today to give you my feedback, to praise the city employees that helped me, and to answer questions as well as to ask for help. Most of these changes Jeremy discussed will help future generations, but I would like to talk about some other ones. One, currently a multi-million-dollar operation with huge revenues and many investors, as well as a tiny Stoned Age Edibles, pay the same $15,000 fee for our license. We have paid this twice and have amounting to $30,000. We're requesting the city implement a progressive license fee system that either takes into account size, revenue, or license type to determine licensing fees. It is unfair and inequitable that 2 vastly different sized companies pay the same one-size-fits-all rate. For instance, Oakland, if you make West...
Thank you.
I'm going to ask if he can just very quickly.
I'm almost done.
Okay, I'll give him a little bit more time.
In Oakland, you must make over $1 million in sales to have your license cost $11,000. With any company making less than $500,000, only paying $3,000 for their yearly license fee. This is a fifth the cost of Hayward. This is on top of the operator application fee and the conditional use permit fee. Between all these fees, it just gets really big really quickly. Additionally, we are requesting the ability to apply for a Type S license in our rental kitchen. This would allow us to create a rental space similar to Oakland Cannabis Kitchen, which is an equity cannabis program that allows equity applicants to quickly and easily get into operation to create edibles. We would be able to give them all the different advice that would have helped us to create it, as well as offer them a quick way to get their products distributed and a quick way for them to be able to start a cannabis company when usually it'd be out of their economic reach to do so. That's it. Thank you so much for everyone's time. And I want to thank everyone again for letting me have the chance to speak today.
All right, thank you.
Next.
Yeah.
Yes, next we have Teresa Resentis. Go ahead. Teresa, are you there?
You unmuted Doug's.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Great to see everyone this evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. So everyone can see that Hayward is changing. You drive down Mission Boulevard and there's a great building boom of Hayward properties going up. So what I want the council to think about is how this change in Hayward is gelling with the allowing of liquor stores, cannabis shops, and subpar schools. So I'm asking all of you to take some kind of leadership role in the direction of Hayward and how you want it to become. I quickly looked up normal.org. 75% of California cities have opposed or have imposed local bans regarding the use of cannabis retailers, even though cannabis is legal in California. I do really support the continued rigorous process regarding cannabis retail in Hayward. and no expedited review should be allowed. As I look on Google Maps, Contra Costa County mostly has cannabis with regards to medical dispensaries and CBD, but you guys have decided to pursue Hayward like they do in Oakland, which is mostly recreational use cannabis, which I am very much opposed. And I yield back the rest of my time. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Is there one more, I think, that I see?
Yes, Doug Klopek. Go
Yes,
ahead.
hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Hi, Mayor and Council. Thank you for taking the time to bring this topic back up. Staff, and I echo Igor's sentiment that staff has done a ton of work. I think this was a bigger lift than probably many thought. And I know you all tried as what staff did to do it right the first time. There were a few hiccups. And I think this is a time to kind of realign, as Jeremy mentioned, to bring the ordinance in compliant with state. And as Eliza had mentioned from ICF, to discuss numerous improvements and recommendations, which also come in alignment with state. The first few of these have no effect on our business. Again, I'm Doug Klopek. We are approved micro business, Precision Apothecary, wholly owned by my company Juva. And we also have another micro business going through the process, so there's always on-time consulting. These first things that I'd like to point out, which were one on page 7 of the recommendations, would strongly urge you in a future round to make sure that you interview all applicants, regardless of how they score, because that is really an arbitrary irrelevant. It's just who had a best attorney that wrote the best item. It doesn't necessarily get you the best applicant. So I'd urge you to consider that. And then to defer to state licensing as much as possible, because state has updated. And then also, as ICF had mentioned, to ensure that an applicant holds the cannabis real estate prior to applying or through that process, it is critical, which is part of the biggest issue in the industry. Now, things that would directly affect our business is we would be severely limited on selling just products that we at our micro business, small, limited, 10% of our retail store, of our total footprint, our small little tasting room, as it currently is, would be limited to only sell products that we manufacture on site. But through our delivery business, we would be selling all of our normal products that we manufacture for our medical use, as well as for others. Our company is very heavily vested in the medical side with doing patient-reported outcomes. And those customers of ours who would come to use this medical product would not be able to actually get it at our retail store, but we would be able to deliver it to them. So I would urge to have that brought into compliance with state law that allows micro businesses to sell all products like a normal retailer, regardless, and even if it is still a small footprint of the building. Second to that, excuse me, is to increase the limits to conform with state law for delivery vehicles to be able to carry $5,000 in their vehicle, which is current state law, versus the $3,000 that is currently limited in the city of Hayward. Also, to have cannabis paraphernalia, that's batteries and things that people use for cannabis, to be able to be sold through any of the retailers' delivery or brick and mortar. I had 2 more points, but I know my time's up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there another commenter?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Sean Kelly Wright, please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Sean Kelly Rye. Gosh, it's nice to see your faces. I've talked to you many times since 2017. I really just wanted to speak about 3 points. I did want to comment that staff has done a great job. I've been talking with Jeremy, and he's always been available since 2017. I'm surprised he's still standing because he's probably received thousands of cannabis calls over the years. And also with Kelly, she and I have spoken several times, and the staff has always been accessible. I know there's a lot of other things that the city does, but they've always made themselves accessible with cannabis, and goodness knows our industry has a lot of questions. Regarding increasing the number of licenses, Redwood City just passed an ordinance October 26th of this year, and they're going to be allowing 6 retail dispensaries, storefront retail dispensaries, Their population is about 80,000+ people, and that turns out to be about 1 per 15,000. If Hayward did that, they would look at closer to 11 dispensaries for the city of Hayward. That would be looking at increasing that by 8 from your current storefront retail. Union City is also allowing 3 dispensaries. If you look at their ratio of 1 per 25,000, you're probably looking closer to 6 retail dispensaries for Hayward. So you may want to consider increasing Hayward from 3 to somewhere between 6 and 11 based on those 2 cities. Both of those cities also are allowing retail zoning. Union City is allowing it in Union Landing. That ordinance passed earlier this year, and they're currently in the process of selecting an operator. That'll happen in the first quarter of next year. Redwood City is allowing it in retail only. All storefronts will be allowed in retail in all parts of retail and not in industrial areas. The other item I would mention is the social equity. Everything staff has said makes sense. Social equity has been a huge problem. I'm a person of color. My stepson is half Hispanic, so we understand social equity quite well. It has failed in Oakland, San Francisco, and miserably in Los Angeles. San Jose has looked at this. I've worked with San Jose quite a bit. I've worked with Dr. William Armerline from San Jose State Human Rights Institute. And I would say you should look at Pueblo, Colorado. They took money from Cannabis and set up scholarships for Hayward, for their population. And I would suggest the same. Look at taking the money from Cannabis and spreading it out to a wide population, giving social services, education, healthcare to those people that were adversely affected from the war on drugs. And I just say that local ownership is problematic. It sounds great, but you're going to limit the total number of applicants. And I think the community benefit proposal is fantastic. It's a great way for dispensaries to give directly back to nonprofits that need it in your city. Redwood City is doing exactly the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mayor, that concludes public comments.
All right, thank you all. Now we will go to council comments and hopefully answers to the staff questions. I think if you need some help in prompting, Jeremy would be glad to put up the questions again on share his screen with those questions. You may already have them. We got these ahead of time, so I have mine here, but. And I just there were a lot of questions, so I just am going to ask everybody to be as succinct as possible, please, in your answers. And we will start with Councilmember Zermano.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Let's see, I have a couple of questions first. One is the objective of all this to add more than the 23 stores that we've already approved? Is that one of the objectives?
I can answer that. I think the objective was that of the 23 that the city previously approved, several of those applicants never did move forward in the process. And I think based on the directive from council back in December, it was ways that we can kind of queue up the next round of applicants. And certainly we don't know how many those would be, but this was in response to that.
And I'll just weigh in as well. I think when the council initially did the first RFP process, we said we wanted to wait a year or two, see how things played out, and then evaluate how and how many additional businesses to permit. And so I think we're sort of at that point where that first round of folks and businesses that were awarded licenses, we're kind of at the point where some of them are not going to move forward, some have moved forward. It's time to revisit. And that was what the council had asked us to do, is kind of revisit the components of the ordinance before we go out again for another round of applications.
Okay, so at this point, I'm in favor of keeping it at 23, which we already discussed at length a year or 2 years ago. So if 5 had dropped out, then maybe we would then consider 5 to replace. But 23 is what I'm keen on, because we already had a very long discussion on the equity. My question on the equity component, this is in regards to the ownership of these companies, correct? Or is it in regards to the customers? I don't, Mr. Colley, Sean Colley was talking about the customers giving the scholarships, etc. But the equity component, is that deal only with the owners of these companies? It does. Okay. So do we have, of the 23 folks that were approved by us, how many of those are minority? Of the 3 dispensaries, 2 are minority and 1 is not a minority. But how about the other 20? Do we have a sense? My feeling is that they're all most of them are a minority, but I don't know. Do we have a sense? Can we get that somehow or other later on?
Yeah, there's quite a few of them that I think, we didn't have an equity or that qualification when we first did the first round scoring. I think a lot of them were, as you pointed out, one of our dispensaries is wholly women owned. And I know that we have several other applicants. I don't know, based on our initial review and selection, I don't think we have any major ownership group that is represented through Black communities. We have a couple of Hispanic and a couple of other minority owners, but none of them that we interviewed that I can recall.
Okay. Yeah, there was. I think there are a couple of African Americans on the GVAC team, but I'm not exactly sure on that. Okay, so I am very easy as far as this. All of these components are. My main emphasis is making sure that I'm in agreement with the 4 points that we wanted to do. Improve activity. The recommendations, making sure that I want to make sure that we maintain a rigorous process. I think that's important. Yes, on everything except on a couple of items. I really do not want more than 3 dispensaries in our city. As far as looking or discussing where else can we put a dispensary, we've already discussed it at length. And I don't think that we want to discuss it again. There really are no other places with Southland, so I say we keep it at 3. Let's see. I like Teresa's, Ms. Resentes' point of making sure that it's vigorous. Let's see. Yes, on all 3. I'm talking the staff report on page 8. The questions on page 9, the questions on page 10, yes on all 3. Staff reports page 6, keep the community benefits. I think that's fine. Page 7 of 11, yes, no more than 3 dispensaries. I say maintain the current size limitations. That's fine. Priority permit process for equity applicants, yes, no problem. Provide technical assistance, yes, please. And make sure that the 23 folks that we have actually operate. I think that's where we kind of have dropped the ball. But for example, in the case of Auntie's Honey, it's not our fault. That's something that happened otherwise. Okay. Maintain the rigor. And duplication of material, yes, don't do that. Yes on all 4 points on page 2 of 11, and good on the primary objectives. Jeremy, thank you very much. Thank you from the young lady from ICF, Mayor, thank you. And no more than 3, no more than 23. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being concise. Although I have a follow-up question on yours. I know we did place a limit of 3 on retail. We did not place a limit on other types of businesses, correct? We did? Oh, no, it's correct that we did
That's
not.
correct.
Correct, you
We did
did not.
And
But my point is that we discussed it at length a year or 2.5 or 2 years ago, and I think that 23 is a good number. I do not agree with Mr. Kali Rai that we need to increase the number. If Redwood City wants to do it, if Union City wants to do it, if Marin County wants to do it, let them go ahead. But I think we're special.
I just wanted to clarify that we
Yes.
didn't place the limit of 23. That just happened to be how many we approved.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that's why I want to keep it.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. We'll go next to Councilmember Mendel.
Thank you, Mayor. So, first of all, I think we did a pretty good job setting up a good process a couple years ago. Is it perfect? No. Did we fully expect it, to be imperfect? Of course, it was a new thing, and we did the best we could. But I think it was a good process, and this is an opportunity to improve it now, from lessons learned. And so I want to make sure that, I say that first because I think it's important. Before I even read the staff report and the questions, I put down a few thoughts, and I'm gonna give those to you first, and then I'm going to answer the questions really quickly. So I think it's time to normalize the application and review process, make it a little less cumbersome, give applicants more opportunities to apply, more often than once every 2 years when we do an RFP, right? Which is just not workable. We could still have some sort of threshold that weeds out completely unqualified or poorly qualified applicants early on in the process. We should keep the retail limit at 3. I guess I could possibly be convinced to move it up to 4 or 5, but I think it should be kept low. We should keep no limits for the other business types. When we talk to folks in the community, when they express concern about this, they never express concern about, we have, too many manufacturing cannabis businesses in Hayward. They only ever talk about the retailers. And so I think that's the one where it's important that we keep a tight limit. The others, not so much. I think we should consider opening the industrial zoning areas to cannabis retailers. Perhaps Southland, although that one I'm a little uncomfortable with for a variety of reasons. And then Mr. Klupek, sorry, Doug, if I mispronounced your name there, mentioned the 3K versus 5K cash carry limit that differs with state law. That seems like a silly difference. We should probably just fix that. Now, trying to go through the questions real quick, in case some of those general comments didn't answer them specifically. The social equity component, I guess I'm open to that. Though it's adding another layer, and I'm really reluctant to add more layers of complexity. But if we do go down that path, let's not have a quota. The first suggestion of half the applicants, let's not do a quota. But I do like the idea of providing priority permitting or, faster response times to equity applicants. If we're going to provide some sort of favorable treatment, I think that's a good one. And that's worth money, right, to applicants. And the cannabis-related possession offenses, I'm fine with that not being exclusionary, so long as it's just possession. And then the technical assistance one is also useful. Does council want to remove the community benefits criteria? I think we should do that. I mean, when I pushed really hard to increase the cannabis tax from 6 to 7%. And what I said all along was, look, let's eliminate the community benefit as a requirement and just put it into a higher tax. That way it's the same for everyone. Now, if an applicant wants to list some community benefits as an optional piece of their application, I think that's fine, but it should be optional, my opinion. And I really don't want to see us add a whole bunch of more criteria. If anything, we should be paring down the criteria to the ones that are just the most essential, simplifying the process, not making it more complicated. On to page 7 in the staff report. Does council want to maintain the current cap on retail dispensaries at 3? Yes. Do I want to limit the number of other cannabis uses? No. I feel really strongly about that. We should not limit the other types. Does council want staff to explore other areas in the city? As I mentioned, I think the retail can go in the industrial area. I think we should allow that. And then the size limitations for ancillary retail operations associated with micro businesses. So here's the thing. What I don't want to do is have a micro business license enable someone to open a retail dispensary, right? So if you want to open a retail dispensary, you got to go for that license. And if there aren't any available, I'm sorry. If you want a micro business license, then you need to follow the rules as they are. And I would not be in favor of modifying them significantly. Page 8 of the staff report, does council want to maintain a prohibition on level 2 cannabis manufacturing? Absolutely not. I think we should open that up. I think we should allow level 2. And staff did a really good job of sort of explaining that. We're a manufacturing hub here in Hayward, and if it can be done safely, we should allow it. Obviously, that's going to require a little extra review and for safety reasons and whatnot. But we do that for businesses all the time, and we should allow level 2 manufacturing. And then on the handling, the cannabis handling, so like the labs and the disposal sites. Yeah, I think we really need to simplify that process. I mean, for all along, the whole council was sort of advocating for the labs being able to open easier and faster and more simply. Maybe it's, I don't know, maybe it's not even a cannabis license. It's just a regular CUP kind of process. The only concern I would have there is that I want to make sure that we don't create some sort of loophole where an existing food manufacturer decides to add as an ancillary use a major cannabis food, cannabis infused food manufacturing operation, right? That should go through the regular process. But for a lab or a disposal service or ancillary services like that, I think we can expedite those and simplify those and not just create red tape where it doesn't need to be. Page 9. Oh, yeah. So does council support a separate expedited review process for existing operators? Yes, absolutely. Especially if the existing cannabis licensee is open and an operating concern, right? If we've got a business that's open and they got a manufacturer, let's say they've got a micro business license, right? And they want to add, delivery, or they want to add manufacturing or something like that. That should be a really easy thing to do, supporting, an expansion of an existing business that's running well. What I don't want to do is make it easy for someone to get like the easiest license, never get site control, never open a business, and then come back and get 4 more cannabis licenses for other things, right? That is not what we should be streamlining. So if you've already got your business open, then yes, let's make things easy for them to expand. Hopefully that's clear. And then the last set of questions, basically, yes, I'm in agreement with the full cost. That's a tough one. I do think we need to try to recoup, something close to full cost. The points that have been made about size of businesses and needing a sliding scale, those are good points. And those are kind of in conflict potentially. And so maybe there's a bit more work there to be done on the staff side to create a more complicated but more equitable fee schedule. I don't want to, go crazy with this, but maybe there's a simple way to create something that's a little bit more fair that still allows us to, in the aggregate, recoup our costs. And I would be open to having different fees for different types of businesses based on the amount of oversight that is required by city staff, right? So retail requires probably more oversight than, a micro business. And so having a higher fee for one than the other makes a lot of sense rather than a flat fee. So maybe some extra work there to make some changes. I absolutely support the assessment of fines to illegal operations. Come into the light, folks. We will give you, a chance to get a real license. If you don't want to do that, then you're going to get fined. Absolutely. I feel really strongly about that. It was one of the things we sort of passed on the first time around, just in the interest of keeping things simple, but we need to fix that. And we want to continue to allow cannabis operations the ability to transfer a minority share of ownership. So yeah, this one makes me a little nervous. And so maybe there's like, I don't remember what the exact language is, but what I don't want to see is like a, 10% transferred every year. And over the course of 10 years, we have a completely new set of ownership, right? Now, if you've got 10 owners and you don't each own 10% and one of them wants to sell, that's fine. But maybe there's a cumulative threshold so that the application is attached to a majority of the original applicants. And once, a majority of those original applicants no longer own a majority of the company, then they got to go through that again with the new ownership group or something like that. I'm a little nervous about creating a backdoor to get surprised by, sale of these companies to operators that might have been rejected when they applied on their own, right? I really want to try to avoid that while still allowing people to transfer and sell their businesses and bring in new partners. That's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, next we have Councilmember Lamnin.
Thank you. And could I ask for that slide set that you prepared with all the questions? I do have the staff report in front of me, but it's also interlaced with my comments, et cetera. And I think it'll be more efficient if I just read your well-created slides while you're pulling it. Perfect. And I will go through the questions, and then if I have anything additional, I'll do that at the end. I do want to preface this with a lot of appreciation. I concur with Councilmember Mendel and others who've said, did the best we could. And when I say we, I mean mostly staff, did a really great job of doing the best with the information that was available at the time. And I think council's decisions reflect that as well. And I so appreciate how comprehensively city staff and the consultant are looking at these. And I think there's some really excellent recommendations that have come out of that. So to the questions, yes, I think the updates are great. The idea that there should be a parallel process, that there should be interviews, that there should be a pre-application process, a parallel process, and that we eliminate duplication with the state requirements. All of those are great. Councilmember Mendel used the word normalize, and I think that's right. I think we are now at a place where we can start to think about what things can be consistent with our other processes. For example, does everything need to come to council? Maybe not. Can we use our planning commission level, our administrative level, especially when we talk about some of the things like the testing, et cetera. So I do have some additional feedback, but we'll come to that as we go, I think. So next slide, please. Social equity, absolutely. I think that's very consistent. I appreciate that the GARE cohort or the task force weighed in on this. A couple people have brought up this S license, and I think that's a really strong way to get at this issue, because I understand the desire to give licenses to the more robust agencies, but often those are not the agencies that have been, or the owners that have been most affected, the people that we would want to reach by having an equity lens. And so I think having a process for S licenses could do a lot of the things, including could allow for equity access, as well as perhaps not costing as much, because many businesses are using a facility that's already gone through the process once. Maybe our inspections, our costs would not be as high. So I really do urge us to take a look at that shared space. It creates kind of an incubator space for up and coming businesses. So I think there's some real wisdom to that. The other piece to that, I'm not particularly in need of a quota. I think the idea of having favorable, whether or not we're retaining a point system and therefore there's some additional points, or as Councilmember Mendel said, some fast tracking, prioritizing those applications. I think there's a lot of ways to get at this equity lens, and there's some really good proposals there that you've already put out. The equity components are fine. Next slide. Yeah, it gives me a little heartburn to remove a community benefit criteria, but I agree that that was the whole point of having a 1%. And so we want all businesses to be good community partners. Some of that we've required. I mean, if we have an equity component, we already have labor peace agreements, we have environmental. So a lot of the things that we value as community benefit, we already require. So I don't, so I don't think we need a separate criteria. And by doing that, it creates this uneven, how do you evaluate it? Do we say it's better that you're providing funding for education versus providing food for seniors? I don't think that's a place I want to send staff into trying to evaluate that. That was the whole point of the 1% tax. I concur that if they want to talk about how they are going to get engaged in the Hayward community, I'm all ears about that. But I think the phrase Councilmember Mendel used about optional is probably the right way to go with that. And again, no additional components, and removing what is already taken care of by the state makes sense to me as well. Next slide. So the retail cap. So I actually don't have an issue that the micro businesses by the state license already contain a retail. I concur that it is a bit of a workaround. And so let's just acknowledge that that's the point. There was kind of the tasting rooms. But I also concur that if somebody's going to be able to sell the thing that they made at that site, but they already also sell other products, they just don't make them at that site, I don't see any conflict there in being able to sell those products at the small footprint store. But it should be a small footprint store. And so I think as we look at how many retail establishments we have, we count the micro businesses that have a retail component. I realize not all of them will, and so that's fine. But for those that do, I think maybe we do up our cap to perhaps 6. I realize I probably won't get full force supports for that, but I'm comfortable with 6. But that is inclusive of these micro business retail places. And no, I'm fine at this point with having the other uses in our city. I don't need a limit on those. I do think we need to expand the zoning. I said this when we set it up, that places that are commercial, it seems to make sense. I mean, Auntie Honey's the owner of Auntie Honey's has a retail storefront in Hayward already. Could she transform that business site into Auntie Honey's and just get that done? It's set up a sort of artificial mechanism, and I think it is time that we allow these businesses in other places. We have not found that they caused as many problems as people were afraid of. I understand why there was so much hesitation to begin with, and we're not talking about a ton of retail. So let us allow them in places that are naturally retail centers. And let's get the Auntie Honey's open. And so I talked about the ancillary components and the additional products. And yeah, I'm okay with level 2. I trust our fire department and our code enforcement team to really look carefully at what the safety protocols should be, what the requirements are. We live on a fault line. We are a fairly large city, so good safety measures. But I think you're right that the industry has evolved, and it is time that we look at level 2s. Next slide. And yeah, I'm okay with having a process that streamlines things that are ancillary, and I concur that it should not be the opportunity to create loopholes. That if this is genuinely what you're doing, then we can have a way, to have that be streamlined, and that there should be good checks and balances around how we do that. With the checks and balances, one of the things I'm thinking about is that not everything is a PD matter. And so, but we may need to look at code enforcement staffing as we come up on our budget. I fully acknowledge that. Also, I don't want a loophole about where else the product goes. You know, if it's waste disposal, then it's waste disposal. That those products still have to have the good track and trace, so they don't show up somewhere else under a different guise. And yeah, so that's the alternative. Next slide. Yeah, I'm fine with, actually, I had the same criteria as Councilmember Mendel listed about if they are open, if they are functional, if we're not getting a lot of code enforcement dings, and they want to expand their business. Sure, why not? Next slide. Cost recovery. Before I do that one, the one other thing I wanted to say, yeah, okay, this comes up in this one later, so I'll say it then. So cost recovery, yes. Although again, do we need the same level of scrutiny, the same level of review for every business? And I am sensitive to the equity and the startup. So if there are ways that it makes sense for us to not cut quality, not cut what we need to do to keep our community safe and to make sure that we're offering quality businesses in our community, but perhaps we don't need every level for everything. I think that's probably the way I'd love to approach. So we're still doing full cost recovery whenever possible, but hopefully maybe those costs are different for different businesses. I understand that may not be the case for everything, in which case I am open to some sliding scale based on either the size of the business or maybe some businesses that we really want to give priority to. Maybe it's the equity lens, maybe it's manufacturing. Yes, absolutely fines for illegal businesses. And again, having the pathway for those businesses to become legal businesses as well. So just as we said, the background check doesn't, possession doesn't necessarily exclude you from having a business. If you got caught having an illegal business and now you're becoming legit, and that's a genuine, really becoming legit, then I don't want that to be an obstacle. I want them to do that because that is the goal. So do the fines, but it doesn't become the obstacle to then opening a real business. I mean, a legal business. And again, what things make sense for it to be code enforcement versus PD as we look at how we manage the workloads in our city. And also engaging with the owners of our warehouse community. How can we help identify these issues? Do we need some other reporting? Do we need some neighborhood meetings? I know that's hard in COVID, but what would help really shut down this pathway? Because we hear all the time that we have a lot of businesses, illegal businesses in Hayward. How true that is, I don't know, but I am willing to believe that there's some. And then the transfer of ownership gives me a lot of heartburn. That's really the only one of the proposals that really does, because I really felt bait and switch about cookies. And I think I said this before, so I won't belabor that point. But, when I advocated for a business to be able to be downtown and to have retail in this community, what was in my mind was the Barbary Coast, a really high-class, well-run establishment. And I'm not saying cookies isn't, but what I didn't want was a place that looked really appealing to kids. And if you look at cookies marketing stuff, I mean, the name alone on top of their product description isn't that. It's a well-known business. There's a lot of value to having them in our community, and we're learning. So I'm not changing the past, but I am trying to not repeat that. And I want some criteria that what we've approved is what we get. And I have real tension about this transition. On the other hand, I realize that business is a fluid thing. Capital comes and it goes, and new partnerships get formed. So unfortunately, I don't have a real clear direction here other than to share what my concerns are and hope that in there is something that's useful. And I'm happy to talk about this again in another work session as needed, or one-on-one with the city manager if needed. Any other questions?
That,
is that the last one?
I think that was, Yes, the end. Yes, the.
Okay.
That's the last one.
Perfect. I thought so too. All right. That was it for me. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Wahab, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to highlight a couple things before I get started. And a quick question, if you guys don't mind. Where are we on non-storefront delivery service business?
Are you asking about how many licenses are currently available for retail delivery?
Delivery in general.
I think most of our applicants that originally applied have been issued licenses. I can look up that real quickly. Let me look for that paper while you're. So some of our micro businesses, because micro business oftentimes does include delivery, I will include those as well. But right now there's 5. There's 5 delivery operations.
Okay, and they're tied to our retail, right?
In addition to, no, those are just delivery operators that applied for a delivery license or micro business. In addition, there are 2 retail operators, I think Auntie Honey's and Jiva that just came forward. Both of those included ancillary retail as part of their dispensary.
So what about delivery only?
Delivery only, we have 2.
Okay. All right. So the couple points that I definitely do want to make is, one, I definitely want people to understand that the cannabis industry is relatively new. And obviously, I know the city of Hayward, the staff, everyone has been working really hard to be very cautious about it, especially as we open up. That was the effort around this particular original idea in the city of Hayward. I will also highlight that the voters in Hayward also voted for it, as well as the state of California. I also want to highlight that historically, let's say the individuals that were most deeply impacted have been largely Black and Brown communities. And some of the efforts around cannabis has been to uplift those communities because they were in the past specifically targeted. I want to raise the issue in regards to, some of the items I mentioned last week. I definitely am very much concerned about sensitive areas, and those sensitive areas obviously being school zones and so much more. I think the buffer in those particular areas should be increased, and they have a sensitivity buffer already in place that the state has also discussed, as well as, and I'm not sure if our principal planner can state what is that buffer exactly, how many feet is it?
The city has a 600-foot buffer from the sensitive uses.
Okay, and what are our sensitive uses?
Those would be any area. There's two classifications. One is as defined by the state's definition, which is kind of a loosely based. It talks about daycare centers, could be schools, areas where children would congregate. In addition to that, the city also adopted a separate, less restrictive local buffer around park areas where children could congregate. So for example, if there's a playground there or something of that nature, we have additional buffers that are established around city parks.
Okay, understood. So I would like to just make sure that we at least cover those particular zones. I think that the majority of people that are concerned that do call in or email us in opposition of the cannabis industry are primarily concerned about families and children. And we know that even though the state law is that you have to be 21 years or older to purchase cannabis, we still have our reservations and so forth. So I do want to highlight that San Jose has a 1,000-foot buffer from schools, and everything else, for the most part, stays the same. So I definitely want us to take a look at our sensitive areas when it comes to children and potentially put that as a 1,000-foot buffer. primarily. I also agree with some of the marketing. We have stricter policy around marketing tobacco that looks child friendly, if you will, with cartoon characters and so forth. I do have some significant concerns, as obviously I raised last week. So I definitely want to see if there's any type of language or anything that we can address around that. But just, and Mayor, I kind of wrote this down per question, so I hope that I can go through this pretty quickly. In regards to the property requirement and initial screening, I do believe that the applicant should, and I've stated this before, find a property and lease it prior to even applying. I think that that shows that basically only one applicant should be able to state that this is the property that they're interested, and it also backs up the fact that they are in some type of agreement. We need to only engage with serious players, and I think that we have not been as, that particular policy has been one of the most restrictive. I will say that even in the attachment on page 3, if you take a look at the status of Hayward cannabis licenses, the majority of the 23 businesses that we wanted to work with, only 2 are stated as current status operational. Some have been approved 2 years ago in June of 2018 and have not moved forward. Some failed to submit their applications, some were rejected, and so much more. So I do want to highlight that we do need to have a little bit more of a study as to why we have rejected them and why their failure is there. And social equity, I think it is a very good idea, but I will say that I do have some reservations, and I'll definitely go into it a little bit further. There have been reports from many different articles from the LA Times to publications in San Francisco and so forth that have actually stated that the equity programs that are developed in these particular RFPs and proposals and so forth are actually not exactly achieving what we expect them to achieve. I do think that we are spending a lot of time around this, and it's not doing what we planned. And I also think that these particular storefronts, it burdens the process, and we do need to kind of understand that this is a business, and they are not. There's the plans that I've seen and so forth are not really in line with some of the needs of the community. And I do believe that it should be more focused where a fee can be generated to the city outside of the tax that we have, where individuals can state that in their contract that we will give $100,000 to the city of Hayward's nonprofit that I know our city manager has talked about. And we can identify what is the current need of the city. So for example, right now we know it's rent relief, both commercial and residential. We know that it's food security. We know that it's homelessness, many things like that. I think that we need to kind of reevaluate that. Primarily, when we talk about equity, I really want us to focus on communities that were impacted because of cannabis laws in the past, as well as the fact that education is one of the biggest components of getting out of poverty and out of certain situations, lifestyles, and so forth. So I will say that I think a scholarship program for the city in partnership with HUSD would be something that I would be deeply interested in. I know several of our council members are very big proponents of students and education as well. I will also say that the question for does council want to remove the community benefits? I would actually keep the community benefits. I think it's one of the only ways to really ensure that we, really tackle what we really want to tackle, rather than some of the things that I've seen where it's spent on overhead or anything like that. I do think that the city's better at maintaining and managing some of this. So again, scholarships, housing, and so forth. And the scholarships, I also don't want to limit it to just children. I do want to target even adults that want to move into a different field of work and so forth. Does council recommend that any additional criteria be included or removed from those criteria listed? I think that the equity proposal, I would like to remove it, create a fund to give money for scholarships, as I mentioned, and specifically target areas that we know that the residents in Hayward need. I think that's kind of one of the biggest pieces of it. I also want to say that the equity programs, the reason why it sounds good on paper, but it's not, it has not been effective in many of these cities that have tried to implement that in regarding cannabis, is that really one or two people benefit. The owner of the businesses obviously benefit, or the one or two managers, because each city does it differently, benefits in the sense of getting a job or something like that. But I would rather have a fee managed by the city based on resident needs again, and with a focus on education, health, and housing if need be. I think that we could help far more people with a program like that than something that these industries, think that they can do. And I will also highlight that cannabis has been moving up in regards to gross sales. And so I think that we also have to understand that this industry can help us revitalize our community. It can help us if we expand a little bit in regards to putting it in certain retail areas, revitalize the communities. For example, in South Hayward, somewhere on Tennyson is a potential opportunity. Obviously, the industrial area is up for grabs. I would like to see where we can actually place certain things and be very open in this particular study to see how we can revitalize certain areas and certain communities, and even make it potentially a criteria where, we see some input on these businesses and cleaning up the area. And making that very much part of what they need to do, because I think those are things that really will help the city of Hayward. The council want to maintain the current cap on retail dispensaries at 3. I actually think it's not very pro-business that we keep the cap at 3. I know Redwood City, as mentioned, has actually been doing very well. Their residents are about at 15,000, 1 per every 15,000 residents. Union City is also, I think theirs is capped at 1 per every 25,000 residents. We are roughly at 160,000 plus. I'm not saying that we go completely, just open all of them up, but I think that we do need to expand that. I would like for staff to kind of propose a decent number. And I will say, for example, San Jose has 16, and granted, they're a lot larger than us, but you do not consider it all in one location. So I really want to just highlight that piece of it. Does the council want to limit the number of cannabis uses in the city? No, I think that as this industry evolves, and again, this is an industry that a legal business generates revenue. And obviously, I also want to, these industries actually generate jobs. These are job generating, whether it's cultivation, whether it's retail or so forth, these are jobs. And the city of Hayward has already lost 3,500 jobs in previous reports. So I just want to highlight that again as seeing this as an opportunity against with controls and so forth. And as time goes on, the businesses will change and the models that we see will change as well. So I just want to highlight that and make the industry kind of and the businesses that are in place be able to evolve. Does the council want staff to explore other areas? Yes, the current zoning is restrictive. I do believe that certain retail areas in Hayward are up for grabs in a lot of ways. And the retail zoning areas can be within state guidelines, as I stated, with setbacks for sensitive areas. Union City, for example, has selected Union Landing, which we all know that a lot of families go to, and it's kind of their core area. And mind you, let's not forget, we also chose the downtown area, which is very much a retail area. But obviously, again, with some studies as to what does staff think and what areas do we think that we can actually do this in. Does the council want to maintain a prohibition of level 2? No, I want it opened up. I definitely want manufacturing with, obviously oversight from fire and in strict zoning areas. I think that's incredibly important. And I think our fire team has been, on top of everything pretty much. Does the council want operators who handle cannabis as ancillary activities, such as testing labs? On that, no, I definitely, an expedited process should be created for lab testing. Companies that, we definitely need to kind of just see what happens with this. So I do want to see a little bit more information if our city manager can ensure that we have a little bit more information around that. Does the council support a separate expedited review of process of existing operators? I'm gonna say this is my biggest qualm with this entire ordinance. We had an RFP out, and then we gave a second option to the second tier of companies, and we, adjusted the scores to kind of get them over the line of qualification. I think that was the bad move. I said it then, with the fact that we have 23 businesses listed and only 2 operational, these are subpar businesses. They have not been able to just generate and operate, as aggressively as businesses should, to be honest. So I think that the same rigorous process and the level playing field should be allowed for all applicants to attract very much the best business for Hayward. That is what we need at this point. We tried being as flexible as possible with some of these smaller companies and organizations. I think at this point in time, we need to pivot, look at the state of our city, look at the needs of our city, the jobs, the resources, things like that, and definitely look for a organization that can actually uplift our city in a lot of ways. So I really want to highlight that. And then, as does the council support full cost recovery? I actually do believe that cost recovery should be in this. One of my biggest focuses for the city is definitely for us to be a little bit more policy oriented, in the sense of making sure that we generate revenue in everywhere we can, or break even on some of the efforts that we spend time on. I know that the city and this council has focused a lot on a lot of community issues, for example, like housing and so forth. And, we want to protect people and provide safety nets, but in areas that we can actually generate revenue and at least break out even for staff time, I definitely want to. I have already talked to our city manager about this, that this will definitely be a consideration in regards to making sure that staff does the work, because the cannabis industries will be interested in making sure that, their questions and their needs are met. So I definitely want to do that. And maybe we set a cap as no more than this amount. And I think our city manager and staff can kind of figure that one out. Does the council support the assessment of fines for illegal operations? Absolutely. I think that it has been mentioned multiple times. I think Council Member Mendel, not only tonight has mentioned it, but in the past he has mentioned that, I think the reference he says is come to the light. So we definitely want to do that. And, I know I've said in the past, I do care about enforcement. Our police department is there to ensure that the safety and protection of all residents are here. That includes bad business practices, that creates crime and so much more. I will say that, again, where non-storefront delivery warehouses, and one of the trends I have noticed is that a lot of the studies have stated that the illegal businesses, the ones that are not taking these permits, are actually going into the delivery service. And it's the easiest way for people of color that are trying to be business operators, the lowest cost of entry in this industry. And I think that we do need to kind of expand this particular industry in that regard too, to allow some of the illegal businesses to kind of come in with the lowest cost of entry for them to start doing business. It also is the trend of the market. Obviously, you order through an app and you move on with your life. So I do want to highlight that. Does the council want to continue to allow cannabis operators the ability to transfer minority share? I do believe businesses should be treated just like any other businesses, including cannabis. Obviously we do a background check and so much more. I am a little frustrated that so many businesses that we have engaged with have obviously, did a quick shake of the hand, if you will, and we are caught off guard. And a couple of weeks later, we see that somebody else is owning a business, or, kind of the lead on the business. That is because we have gone with the businesses that are too small to truly operate on their own. So I do want to highlight that is some of the concerns that I do believe that I have. So I have concerns about it, but at the same time, this is business. People, just the way they come into properties and they flip a property, they're going to flip their business. So I do believe there should be safeguards, but at the same time, I don't want to be restrictive. The overall feel for, and I do believe that we should be in compliance with state law more so than creating some of our own things, except for the sensitive areas for children and schools. I think that should be expanded. But in regards to value limits on delivery vehicle inventory or hours of operation, we say close at 9 instead of 10 that the state says. Those things should be in line with the state. It should be no extra effort for us to enforce. I really don't want us to start thinking about other areas. So as much as we can be in line with the state, I think that's the best way. Overall, I just want us to consider this as very much as a business. I will say that HDL Consultants, which is the lead consultant on cannabis, has actually stated that 6 stores can actually gross roughly about 40 million or more in gross sales. So I even potentially more per year. So I do want to highlight those things. I think 6 stores is pretty solid stance. I know Redwood City's kind of leaned there. I would like more if possible, but with different aspects of it. Again, this is an opportunity to allow our city to go into a new industry that's relatively new in the region. Definitely focus on uplifting our community. I would rather charge the industries a certain fee outside of our tax to ensure that community benefits are met, and we would know exactly where to spend that. So that's my 2 cents. I do appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up, Councilmember Salinas.
Okay, my remarks will take 40 minutes, and I should be done after. No, I'm kidding.
Go ahead.
Can you go back to the questions? I have my notes here, but I'm going to see if I can sort of drill them down here and just see if I can match those questions.
Can you see the slides?
Yeah, I can see the slide. And as you know, as he's bringing that up, I do want to say, I've had some conversations with some of the dispensary and some of the cannabis industry folks that are doing business in Hayward, and I've been talking to them over the months, and even over the years. And I did want to tell staff, this is perhaps one industry that has a very high regard for the city manager and for staff. They're very pleased with the customer service. They're very pleased with their guidance, and they may get upset stomachs on things, but I think generally speaking, I do get good commentary and complimentary remarks, and I think it's evidenced with your staff and everything that we're trying to do here. So I wanted to thank you and really acknowledge you in your work with that. Before I get started with the questions, I want to address this issue around equity. I've been in the equity space for a long time, and I guess when I read staff report and as I'm hearing comments tonight, my concern about equity is we're not really focusing on equity in the neighborhoods, and we're not really focused on equity, the legacy of divestment and the legacy of neglect around town. And the war on drugs, just to be a little bit more historically accurate, the war on drugs came on the heels of a history, decades of divestment in communities of color. And then there were a dump of drugs, and then we began to deal with that. And I think over the last, say, 25, 30 years, maybe longer, probably longer, that's what we've been sort of dealing with. And so to say this is to remedy the war on drugs, I think what would be better and more appropriate in this context is to focus our attention on investment in corridors and in neighborhoods that have historically been divested or neglected for investment. We would not have had a drug problem in urban areas if we would have had consistent, robust investment in the 50s and in the 60s and leading into the 70s. So I want to be clear with that, because we're talking about this being the remedy for a war on drugs that has negatively impacted communities of color, particularly Black and brown men. I think it's a bit of a stretch, and so I just wanted to make that point. So in terms of the staff report, I wanted to say that it was good, it was clear, a lot of questions, and I think it was a big apple to bite, I think, for the time that we have today. And there's a lot of questions, but let me see if I can go down. The benefits of the proposed process. Over the last few months, or over the last several months, I have sort of been parsing out my own thinking around this issue relative to the city, and I think I have been pretty consistent when it comes to industrial uses and putting cannabis elements or this industry in the industrial sector. I think where I'm most concerned about and where my critique has been most concentrated on has been when we start to look at the residential sector. Even in downtown, I look at downtown as a residential sector or zone. And but when I look at the benefits of the proposed process, if we can make this, if the system can be made easier, can be made smoother, I think that is, it's a good, good business is a good business principle, is a good business practice. The better we can, improve the way we handle customers or handle any market or any industry, I think is only good. So I'm okay with this. I know Councilmember Mendel used the term normalizing. Which is fine. But when I was looking at some of the elements here, nothing really stuck out. So I do support, doing what we can do to make it, to simplify the process and streamline the process. Okay, so next, go to the next slide. Okay, the social equity component. I guess this is where I have most concern around, and quite frankly, and I'll just be honest, I think we're misapplying social equity, and I would rather apply social equity in looking at the impact it's having on a neighborhood and the impact it's having on kids, the impact that it's having on families, and I would not want a social equity component put to this because we simply don't know who will rise to start applying or applying for applications or applying for licenses. I haven't researched LA. I haven't researched, the supposedly better example, which is in Colorado. But I have very serious concerns about this, and I think we should have a singular process. It should be rigorous, and we should. Keep it that way. There was Okay. Next question. Proposed application components. The community benefits. No, I don't want to remove this. And I feel that we're now sort of removing elements to this process that we really intended it. What we intended it for the neighborhoods, whether it was a dispensary or whether it was a commercial or whether it was an industrial use manufacturer. The folks that I have spoken to looked at this component positively, and they were very willing to do this. Maybe we should clarify maybe some of the, be more specific of the asks, because, when it comes to community benefits, I remember when this first opened, when we first put out the RFP, this community benefit component, I was getting calls from friends who were principals at schools in the area. And all these dispensaries were calling principals, asking them, what do you need? What do you want? You need computers? We'll get you a computer. We can get you a whole classroom of computers. I mean, it was the race to put together a community benefit proposal was incredible. So, maybe what we need to do is really sort of drill down and be more specific on, what is the community benefit. I know with the applicant that we heard last week, we talked about, art, we talked about, landscape, maybe it's improving, streetscape, landscape, or, some of the other elements of a street or something. But I don't want this to be gone. And I want this to be held up, to continue. Next question. Next slide. So, for me, this, the first one, it's easy. No, we said 3. And I have to go back to what Councilmember Zermeño mentioned. I was feeling, when I was reading the report and when I was listening to the presentation, I was getting the sense of what are we going to do? Are we opening this up for more dispensaries? Are we preparing to normalize this process to really expand this, all over the city? And so I was pleased with staff's, response. I'm glad Councilmember Zermeño asked the question, but to be quite honest with you, given the experiences we've had with the 3 that are sort of, one that is, the switcheroo that we had with the one in downtown, and then now I'm hearing the stories with Auntie Honey's, one of the, I can't help but to go back to a story that I heard from one of the vendors at the farmer's market, where he wants to open up a small business in downtown. He needs a building. And the landlord, quite frankly, told him, said, I'm not going to show you the building because I'm waiting for a dispensary to come, right? So these landlords are basically putting, they're sort of hoping that their eagle will land with dispensaries or with cannabis. And so now what they're doing is they're holding off leasing to other retail that perhaps are more family friendly or perhaps more kid friendly, hoping that a cannabis dispensary will land on their lot. And so I think right now it's not right. And we can't, unfortunately, we can't do anything about that. The landlord is basically, making the decision on there. So, for me, I want to cap it at 3, and if they can get it off the ground, then get it off the ground. The other thing is this. I don't know if this is the expanding the zoning. I forget if this was the slide, but I am totally against expanding cannabis to other neighborhood commercial zones. I will not support this going to other neighborhood. I will not support this going over by Costco over at Aden Shores. I will not support this going over there by Mission and Industrial by Twin Bridges. I will not support this up there in the Hayward Hills. And so I do not want this expanded to because I think I've said this before, but never has a parent come to me and shook my hand and said, thank you for putting this retail in my neighborhood. Nobody has ever done that. And in fact, I've gotten nothing but concerns, primarily even from people in downtown neighborhoods, telling me have serious concerns about cannabis dispensaries in downtown. And so I do not want this expanded to other neighborhood commercial zones. The level 2, I agree with the others. That's great. I'm sure staff and our team can make sure that's done correctly. Okay, next. Let's see. I want to agree with Councilmember Lamnin. If I don't know if I don't know if this was if Councilmember Mendel also if this is what he was referring to when he was talking about it, but I don't mind other products, and that is not theirs. Diversify the products. Diversify their income. That I don't mind. But as long as it's in the industrial zone, as long as it's out there, I'm not. It's not a big issue with me. And then next, is that it? Oh. Yeah, I think this is expanded the review process. Yeah, I think this was the one where if everything is good, they're successful and they haven't done nothing wrong, right? If they want to expand, we will take a look at that. I still want to be, I know that I think it was said earlier that it would go to the Planning Commission. Council can still pull that, right? And if we can still pull. Okay, so I'm okay with that. Let's see. Is anything next? Yes, full recovery. Yes, assessments of fines of illegal. Yes. And then, yeah, that last bullet point, it goes back to this, I think what happened with cookies downtown, I think, I think, we're as we keep talking about potential threats or potential shortcomings or potential problems in this process, let's call it for what it is. Cookies got away with it. And they got away with it because, they did it, right? And so so what I want, and I don't know if this accurately covers this, and maybe we need to work on the language. I don't know if this is what Councilmember Lamnin was getting at, but if we issue a license to one company or to one applicant, while they're in the process, I don't want them switching to another company or to another applicant, especially without us knowing. Because I don't think, and I think the example that, I think I heard another council member make a little earlier, earlier, is that, everything that everything that the Hayward Youth Coalition is trying to address, tobacco products and alcohol products being targeted to youth, that's exactly what they did. It happened right in front of us, right? It happened literally less than about 1,000 feet from City Hall. And so I don't know if this particular element captures that, but we have to come up with some language that clearly articulates that you can, that when an applicant gets the license, they can't switch, they can't sell it, or they can't bring in more people, they can't. They have to follow through the process, and if the process crumbles, then they lose the license. They start over, and so that's how I feel. Is this the last slide? I believe is that the last slide. Okay, so let me just end on this. I have been the only council member here that is against dispensaries in our city for a lot of reasons. And primarily the reason why I'm against it is because of equity. Historically, I'll put away history aside for a second, but my main concern is that the city of Hayward already is a food desert. We're struggling for grocery stores. We have a dearth of healthy fruit and vegetable stands. We have more liquor stores and tobacco stores than we can shake a stick at. We're just overwhelmed by these retail outlets that have been negatively impacting neighborhoods. And that's why I have been just so adamantly against dispensaries. And my last point is this, and I heard Councilmember Wahab make this comment earlier. I will never approve any dispensary, another liquor store, or any tobacco outlet along the Tennyson corridor. And that was one of the reasons why when we did the form-based codes, when I first got on this council, where I struck out all those uses along Mission Boulevard, so that Mission Boulevard from that point forward would be a healthy corridor rather than what it was turning out to be up until then. So with that, thank you.
All right, thank you. And finally, next we have Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I will try to be brief. I just have one question for staff. Can you please summarize if we do have an operator who isn't in compliance? Do we have the option to revoke their license, or is it just a matter of we wouldn't grant a renewal? Can you explain that to me, please?
The option right now, it could be either or. If there is a renewal date and there is some egregious public safety issue or someone that is operating outside of the compliance before their annual date, that could be a license that could come back to council and could be revoked. We have one operator that never got through the process because of just that. But outside of that, if there are ongoing public health safety issues where it's been documented when the applicant is up for renewal and it's been determined through inspections or through other means that they're not operating in compliance with the approved conditions, then that would also be an opportunity where we would not necessarily need to renew their license.
Okay. And in regard to next steps and what we're looking at updating the ordinance, those provisions that you just indicated are not being proposed for any type of change. They'll stay as is.
Correct. I mean, the auditing and compliance, we're going to probably bring back some more policy discussions to the council on how you recommend we move forward. But the feedback tonight is going to help serve as the baseline format.
And there has not been an existing business as of date that we've had to revoke their license.
That's correct.
And that was in the pipeline, but not operating.
Correct.
Okay. Can staff please share the PowerPoint slides, the questions? Thank you. So I'll just start with some of my input and thoughts. I do remember having this on the ballot in November of 16, along with the state proposition and then Measure EE, our tax, which both passed in Hayward. I want to say one was like over 60% and the other one was over 70. I don't remember which one where they landed, but it was overwhelmingly supported by Hayward voters. So this is something that's been a discussion for many, many years. We are dealing with a lot of difficulties with our city budget, now with COVID-19. So I am seeing this new industry being an opportunity for economic development, mainly creating jobs and keeping money in Hayward. So that's the reason why I'm overall in support of making these updated modifications. So in regard to your questions, let me just move this. Okay. Does council agree with the proposed updates to city cannabis licensing land use entitlements? So staff did an amazing job along with the consultants in giving us this overview. I do think it needs to be updated. The entitlement process needs to be updated. This is just a general question. Do you have more specifics? I think there's another slide, Kelly. So with respect to the social equity component, I'm in support of it. I don't really feel comfortable with quotas. What I would like to see is more of an overarching priority, and that is equity in regard to getting people employed, making sure that we're not eliminating people from seeking opportunities and earning a living wage, whether they had a criminal history or any kind of encounter with cannabis in the past. I think it's very, very important that we employ and train those people. So when we talk about equity, I want to ensure that we're giving people an opportunity to earn a living and provide for their family. In regard to kind of providing more technical assistance, I'm definitely in support of that. Also, I know Councilmember Mendel had mentioned fast tracking applications. That's something as well that I would be in support of. And in terms of next steps, this isn't something that we've had previously in the application process. So I think in order to include it, I would like to see when people are applying, if they could give us some stats, you know, how many people that were formerly incarcerated or had charges are actually going to be employed. I also want to know how many people are actually residents of Hayward and the gender makeup. I think that's important as well when we're looking at equity, and want to ensure that we are hiring people of color. That's going to be key when we're addressing this issue. So those are some of the components that I would like to see added moving forward. Next slide, please. I'm comfortable with removing the community benefit as a criteria. I think we could leave it as an option, trying to see how people can be more creative. I am in support of the one sales tax increase. My understanding is those funds are going to go towards the Hayward Foundation. I don't think we've discussed exactly how that money is going to be dispersed. I think the disbursement should be in line with the council strategic roadmap, those priorities, as well as Community Services Commission. They've outlined ongoing trends and priorities that we've seen with regard to our local nonprofits and what the need is in the city of Hayward. So I don't want to reinvent the wheel. I really, really, truly want the money to go towards the greater need in the city of Hayward. And I want to see metrics. are we addressing these needs? Staff recently released an amazing update report on the navigation center, how many people we've assisted. So if we could start being accountable for those measures and making sure that we share that information with the public. But I definitely don't want to reinvent the wheel. We know what the need is in Hayward, and we need to start targeting the dollars to address housing, food scarcity, and dealing with our unsheltered population as well. And when will that come back to us, Kelly? I know we wanted to get some funds into that account.
Yeah, I think we were waiting. We still don't have business, really a lot of cannabis businesses open. So there hasn't been a lot of collection of funds. I think we were going to wait till we had collected sort of the first $1 million and then come back to the council with some policy guidelines around that. So we can bring that back earlier, but it is likely to be sometime in the next year, is my guess.
Okay. So I would like a check-in, like once we're getting to maybe 350,000 to 500,000 benchmark, and we could see, especially with COVID, are there some areas that we can actually target those dollars towards immediately? So if we could do that sooner, $1 million, it seems like it's going to take a long time to get to that point. So my preference would be that we do that sooner. Next slide, please. Oh, back to the additional component. So with being creative, I want to see these businesses take ownership in the community, right? Whether they want to adopt an after-school program, adopt a block, adopt, a specific school in terms of, I know someone mentioned technology needs, whatever those needs are. I'm not expecting them to do something grandiose because we have the 1%, but everyone could do something. They can volunteer. There's a way that they can give back to all of the unmet needs in the community. So I would like to see just their creative ideas on what that is that they care and they're passionate about. So I think there's a way to yield more community goodwill by keeping this component in it, but just like I said, again, optional. Next slide. The retail cap at 3, I am open to exploring increasing the number by maybe 1 or 2 more. I also liked Councilmember Lamnin's idea about the cap of 6, including the micro business ancillary component. So I think that's an option to explore. In terms of limit where they're at, I am comfortable with industrial use. I agree that they should not be near a school. They shouldn't be near a church, a senior center, trying to really protect those sensitive areas. And then I'd also just like to hear, I know we have one applicant that's been approved for a business license, but is struggling with an actual location. So I think staff, we need to be creative. And of course, we have to amend the land use requirement, but I really want to see that business be successful. One of the big reasons why we started this was for the local investment and investing in people that are from the community. And as we heard in the public hearing, Auntie Honey's has that support, and she has invested a lot in our community. So definitely want to see her be successful. So I am open to expanding the scope outside of downtown Hayward, and also want to give a chance for now the second retail coming soon to downtown Hayward to see the impacts of that. So I think it makes sense to look at a different area other than downtown Hayward at this point. Let's see. So I answered that question. So I do want to maintain the size limit for the ancillary retail operations. Is it 10% or what's the actual limit right now? 10% of the square footage, or what's the actual requirement?
Yeah, the actual limitation right now is no more than 10% of the square footage of the entire building.
Okay. So I'm comfortable with that. And then let's see, maintain the prohibition of level 2. No, we don't need to maintain that. I want to be more flexible as long as we feel on a staffing level that we can address the code enforcement and regulatory needs. I'm comfortable with removing that. Next slide, please. No, I think we could be a little bit more flexible with the... Can you hear me okay? Okay, so I'm definitely open to operators that handle cannabis ancillary activities such as testing and subject to the same evaluation. I think it could be a more simplified, just across all these different criterias. I definitely am in support of aligning everything with state regulations just to minimize confusion and have more continuity and be able to attract strong operators to Hayward. Non-traditional cannabis applications such as waste haulers who require a distribution license to be subject. No, I think we could come up with a different system to make sure that these businesses can operate without them having to go through all the rigorous requirements that some of the other models have to go through. Next slide.
In 5 hours.
Expedited review process for existing operators have already obtained their cannabis license. So as long as they're good operators and we don't have any issues, I'm definitely in support of expediting their ability to expand. I just want to give a little pause in that making these changes, I also want to make sure that we're tracking exactly what businesses are operating in Hayward. So a year and a half from now, once these changes go into effect, I think it's really, really important that the city council gets an update. It sounds like not all permitting requirements are going to come through us for approvals. So I really want to know exactly how many businesses are operating and what type of business. So I think we need to keep a close eye on that. Definitely open to being flexible, but at the same time, I don't want it to become overwhelming. And I am worried about staff capacity to address all of these needs as well. Next slide. Full cost recovery is key. Want to make sure that there's a nexus and that it's not costing us more money than what we're actually bringing in. I am willing to be flexible on the tier system. I don't know if we base that off of gross sales or the number of employees, but I think there is room for some flexibility there. Absolutely in support of the fines for illegal operations and the ability to transfer a share of the ownership. What is currently allowed under the ordinance? Is it a certain percentage?
We currently don't have anything codified in our ordinance, which is part of the problem that we've had. We've had to make an interpretation. And so the practice to date has been that we allow operators the ability to transfer up to 49% as long as they pass a background check and they fully disclose who the new owners are as part of a new attestation form that gets vetted by the police department. But there is no numeric limit in terms of the transfer. And that was one of the concerns that we heard. And that's why we brought this question forward.
Yeah, so I'm also worried about that. I'm not happy about cookies, and it's a beautiful building. I did a virtual tour, haven't actually gone inside yet, but I just in terms of the branding and it's very misleading to young adults and families. So I guess it's not so much just the ownership, but obviously what comes along with that, right? The branding, the imaging. So if there is a way that I'm willing to be flexible in allowing change of ownership, but I think we need to go a step further and ask more questions with regard to what's the name of the business going to be, what type of branding, signage. I think we need to have some more concrete information before signing off on that transfer of ownership. So that would be my preference with addressing that. Next slide. Is that it? I feel like there was one more lingering thing though.
Those were all of the slides.
That's it. Okay. So with regard to next steps, so when would this come back to us? Because this is a lot to clean up. What's staff's timeline?
So right now this is going to be hugely informative for our procedural component here. And the next step would be to come back with actual recommendations on the regulatory and ordinance changes. These are not specific, amendments that are being proposed tonight, rather than trying to get your feedback before we go through all of the labor of doing that. But I would anticipate right now our schedule is sometime in the spring to come back with another work session to get feedback. Our goal ideally would be to have, if we're going to be embarking on this new process and a new application period, that could start either late spring or early summer.
Okay. And we've already done 2 rounds, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. This was a big subject, and I think I really appreciate everybody, being pretty organized here and giving their feedback. It was a lot to cover. So, and I have a few comments myself. So I'll try to go through this pretty quickly. I really do think the staff did a very good job on, I have these. I don't need them up on the screen because I have them here. But so I think the staff did a very good job on the streamlining part, revising the program, and I am in favor with what you're, proposing there to make it easier based on what we've learned. Let's see. I'll leave that one at that. On the equity component, I just looked at that and I felt like it could be manipulated, some of the criteria you had out there. I really have some concerns around this. And yet, obviously, I support equity. I think we ought to look at where are we right now? I mean, my impression is that we have a fairly diverse group, like in anything we do in Hayward, we have a diverse group of people. I think some of the council members made some really good points on that. Well, one thing about it is I do not think that people should score points because they have a business in a low-income area. That was one of the things you put in there. That doesn't seem like at all a good idea. I think Councilmember Salinas made some good points on this issue, and I would rather see us use start really using the tax revenues we're making from this on helping to support communities of concern in our city, and rather than to just really look at all of those different criteria you have for letting people score points for equity. Except I would say not to discourage. I think that it is okay to look at people with past drug offenses, because yes, we know that there was inequity applied there, and I think we shouldn't be discriminating against people on that basis. So I would agree with that. On eliminating community benefits, I do think the 1% increase in the tax is what we did in place of that. So I think Councilmember Marquez said, perhaps not mandatory, more optional. But I also agree that we should be asking asking the businesses as we're approving them what they can do, particularly in their immediate area, neighborhood. Like the last one we approved, I think last week, but in the old fishery building, where I think the planning commission had brought up, can you help out with adopting this block or keeping the garage across the street a little cleaner? I think we should have a discussion about what you can do for the community, but again, I think maybe not mandatory, but more optional. I think in the downtown, especially, what can you do to have your business help generate business for other businesses here in the downtown? Would have been a good question to ask, because I'm hearing that that's not happening so much. So keep the concept somewhat, but I could see eliminating the mandatory part of it. something I would add is, and this goes to cookies also, which has been mentioned a number of times, and that is, should we require a name be part of the approval process and require city approval of any name change? I'm very unhappy about that. And I'm not even fully informed on the whole business, the business ownership changes that were made, but I was horrified to see the name go up on that building. And I will say that one of our other local officials, not city, but above city level, made a comment at a meeting, at a public meeting, about that very thing the other day, about being at the bookshop and then perhaps wanting something sweet, but then being disappointed. I think he was being sarcastic, but it's a good point. And anyway, I won't say more about that, but I'd like to see us look at that issue of the name of the business and not really just allow anybody to change the name to anything they want. Let's see. All right, so I'm jumping to the all right, on the limits, on the zoning. I am in favor of keeping retail at 3 for now. That could change later. Maybe we will get more experience, but I think we've had a lot of complaints about allowing what we have had from the retail, whereas we really haven't had any complaints that I've heard of about the manufacturing type businesses out in the industrial area. But I do think that expanding the area though from the downtown, because now we're getting a concentration in the downtown, and we had the third business is having problems. I know she has a business in another part of the city, but perhaps that would be a better place, and she would be able to to operate there. So I am in favor of looking that and opening up so that we aren't concentrating even just the 3 in one place. But for now, I would keep the limit. This issue of the storefront versus non-storefront retail sales, I'm not exactly sure what that means. Is it online sales that they do if they don't have a storefront?
Yeah, so retail, if you're selling directly to consumers, you're required to have a retail license, a retail sales license, that you would be charged retail sales tax. And a lot of cannabis operators have a retail license, but it's a non-storefront. So it's a non-brick and mortar. It's like you said, it's an online. And
we would allow that under our current, right?
Correct. We currently don't have any prohibition on non-storefront retail. A lot of operators are looking to maybe include that to do that in the industrial area. The only smaller storefronts that we've seen in the industrial area are some of the micro businesses that can include that as part of that ancillary retail component.
I know one of the businesses has raised questions about this. It has, and I was surprised to hear that we even had that. I would certainly allow the online. That's increased sales taxes, and it's not, it doesn't create the kinds of issues and problems that we have with, actual storefront places, like parking and traffic and things. But I have concerns, and I would want to very carefully look at allowing. I think that if they want to do that on site, that they have to go through the retail application process too. I'm definitely okay with allowing the level 2, and I trust our fire department too, and I think we've had experience now that shows us we can approve that kind of thing safely. I'm okay with loosening requirements for other types of business that deal with cannabis, like with the testing and the hauling away. So yes, I would be careful, but I don't want it abused like others have mentioned, but I would be okay with looking at that as loosening that up so that people can do that. And also, let's see, making it easier to expand existing businesses. so people with a license would have an expedited process to expand, but I still think we want to be very careful about what is actually being done and look at limiting some uses. On the fees, we always want to try to do cost recovery. $15,000 seemed like a lot to me, but people don't seem to be complaining about it. I think that one of the earlier callers talked, and maybe one of the council members talked about the progressive fees. So we might want to look at that a little bit for, the different sizes of businesses. And yes, I would, I have concerns about the transfer of ownership too. Several council members have brought that up. I think we want to look at that very carefully. We've had some problems with it. Definitely in favor of assessing fines on illegal activity. And what was the third thing on that one? And yes, for expedited review for existing operators. Oh, I said that before. Wait a minute. Oh, minority ownership. No, I said that too. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Full cost recovery, assessment of fines, and allowing the transfer of ownership. But I think we need to be very careful about that and review it. And I think that was it then. So with that, we will be visiting this again when you come back in the spring. Can I ask if you got what you wanted out of this,
we absolutely, and thank you everyone for answering all of the very lengthy questions. I think we haven't talked about cannabis in a collective way for over a year now, and there's been a lot of changes locally, and I think this is really informative for us to be able to craft something that we think will represent the feedback that we received tonight. So hopefully next time you see us again outside of a work session, it'll be to make a formal recommendation for action. Thank you.
Well, I want to thank you for the excellent work that you did on this. It was a very clearly written report, gave us clear direction on what you wanted from us. And obviously a lot went into it. So thank you for that. And thank you to I think all of my colleagues did a really good job of responding too. So good session tonight. And I appreciated the public callers too earlier. So we will be continuing the discussion at some other time, but not tonight. And so we are going to tonight now move on to item number 11 on our agenda, and that is a public hearing on property disposition of a property at 1032 Central Boulevard. So I think that we will hear from Deputy City Manager Ott first, or Ms. Davis. You look like you're ready to go.
Yes, Community Services Manager Monica Davis.
Community Services Manager Monica Davis. Go ahead.
Thank you, Kelly. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Monica Davis. I'm the Community Services Manager, and I'm here this evening to request that Council adopt a resolution to designate the parcel located at 1032 Central Boulevard as surplus property and to begin the surplus property process. Next slide, please. The Surplus Property Land Act was signed into law in late 2019 to address California's shortage of affordable housing. And key requirements include that legislative bodies like the Hayward City Council must take formal action to declare land surplus, and that a notice of availability is provided to housing sponsors certified by Cal HFA that have provided notice to HCD for the development of affordable housing. This noticing to affordable housing developers must occur prior to disposing of the property for sale or lease to any other third party. Next slide, please. The small blue triangular area on the west depicts where 1032 Central Boulevard is located. And to provide context, the area in yellow is where Parcel Group 5 of the 238 properties is located. As background, the city abated the property in 2013, and then in 2019, Council adopted a resolution authorizing the purchase of the property. And then that purchase went through on July 30th of this year, with 1032 Central Boulevard being purchased for about $38,000. Next slide, please. Staff has determined that 1032 Central Boulevard is no longer needed for any future city use. Next slide, please. Staff recommends that council adopts a resolution designating 1032 Central Boulevard as surplus property and to authorize the city manager to commence the surplusing process consistent with the new law. If council adopts this resolution, staff will develop and distribute a notice of availability to certain required public agencies and housing sponsors that are certified with Cal HFA, who provided the notice to HCD of their interest in acquiring surplus land. If a housing sponsor responds, the city will negotiate in good faith for a minimum of 90 days. If there is no response or negotiations fail to result in a sale or a lease, the city can then proceed with marketing and sale or lease to a third party. With that, I'll turn it back to you all for questions.
All right. Are there any questions at this point? Not comments, but questions from council members? I'm not seeing that anybody is raising their hand. No. So I will open public comment on this item. Is there anyone who wishes, Madam City Clerk, to, do we have any public commenters?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. I will close public comment and go to council. Councilmember Mendel.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll move the staff recommendation on this routine item.
Second.
Okay, that was a motion by Councilmember Mendel, seconded by Councilmember Zermano. I don't see any requests to speak on the motion. So, Madam City Clerk, will you do a roll call vote?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Lamnin.
Aye.
Councilmember Marquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Mendel.
Yes.
Councilmember Salinas.
Yes.
Councilmember Wahab. Councilmember Wahab.
We don't. I know I was having some trouble earlier getting left out. Well, we'll just have to.
Fortunately, she's absent. And I'll connect with her to make sure. Councilmember Zermano.
Yes.
Mayor Halliday.
Yes.
Thank you. So 6 ayes and 1 absent.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, and you're gonna check with Councilmember Wahab to see.
Yes, I will.
All right. So then we'll move on to item number 12, which is Community Development Block Grant emergency related funding to COVID-19, adopting a resolution authorizing the city manager to implement a contingency plan for allocation and expenditure of up to $1.6 million and available of CDBG funds for COVID-19 emergency expenditures. Ms. Davis, are you up on this one too? Are you giving the report for us?
Actually, management analyst Amy Cole-Bloom is planning to present, although I think she's having some technical difficulties.
I'm back.
She's back.
Great.
All right, welcome back, and go ahead, Ms. Cole-Bloom.
Thank you. Kelly, you can go ahead and share. That's great. Okay, I'll move through this quickly. This is we're here to talk about the authorization of our latest round of CDBG emergency funds from the CARES Act. You can go ahead, Kelly. You can advance the slide.
Do you want, it's on the agenda slide, is it not?
Oh, sorry. Nope, it just clicked over. Okay, so this is our overview agenda. We're going to go through our CDBG funding sources briefly, talk about what available funds we have right now, and staff's recommended use of the funds, which we have vetted with the Community Services Commission. Go ahead. Okay, so just briefly, so we're all on the same page, the funding differences here. We typically come to you every year to allocate our community agency funding process, and that's our entitlement funds. You'll see us back in a few months to talk about that. But today we're here talking about the emergency allocation that came from the CARES Act, which we refer to as the CDBG CV funds. We got one round of that earlier in the year in the spring, which was allocated, and that was a $902,000 amount. We are now here in front of you today with a new allocation of funds. We are supplementing this allocation of funds with some unspent money as well that we have, and we have to create a substantial amendment to our CDBG action plan to enable us to actually spend these funds, which is what we are here in front of you today to do. We went over this last time, but just to kind of as a reminder, HUD has created some waivers to allow us to get the money into the community faster. Primarily, the ones that are most important here is they've waived the 30-day public comment period. We've done a 2-day comment period instead. And they've also waived the 15% cap on public services spending. So we are able to spend as much of the allocation as we want to on public services as opposed to the typical 15%. The methodology that HUD used to give the funds for this latest round of CARES Act CDBG funding, it was awarded in 2020, and the allocation was intended to focus on households or communities with households that are facing high job loss, risk of eviction, and risk of virus transmission. This is just a reminder of what we allocated the first round of COVID funds for. Broadly speaking, it went towards food banks, assistance to renters and homeowners. You can go ahead, Kelly, to the next slide. Homelessness outreach and shelter services, some child care services for small child care businesses, additional funds for the referral and information services, which saw a big increase in need, and then grants to our small business assistance program, which Economic Development has presented to you in the past. This is all available in your staff reports if you'd like to dig into more of where these funds went. And Kelly, you can go to the next slide. So we're here today for the substantial amendment allocating our third round of the CARES Act money. It's just like semantics thing. It's the third round. We didn't get an allocation in round 2. We've only gotten round 1 and round 3, but we have to use these numbers or else HUD will get confused. So this is our round 3 allocation. In order to distribute these funds, we have to amend our action plan. We have already done this once, so that you probably recall. So we're doing it again every time we get more funds. We have to make the amendment. There's 2 main components of the amendment for this round. We are reallocating some uncommitted and some unspent entitlement funds from previous years. And that number is actually on number 1 is wrong. It's a $492,000. And then we are allocating our additional round 3 funds. You can go ahead to the next slide. The rationale here for our recommendations for allocating these funds, it's primarily from the direction from HUD to focus on reducing the risk of eviction and disease transmission. Also the direction from HUD, and you'll hear us and see this in the report over and over, that the funds must be used to prepare for, prevent, and respond to COVID-19. We've also based this off of conversations with our community partners regarding their need and capacity, as well as community members on the Community Services Commission. Thanks, Kelly. So here are the proposed activities for this round of funding. Again, this is $1.19 million plus just under $500,000 of unallocated or unspent other funds that we were able to pull together and add to the pot. So focusing on housing displacement prevention, again, it's responsive to HUD and to our community's needs. We propose increasing the city's contribution to the tenant relief program, or rent relief program, and we also propose creating a homeowner loan program to support low-income homeowners who are financially impacted to COVID-19. We're still working out the details of what that program would look like, but broadly it would be for specifically low-income homeowners who are at risk of foreclosure to provide legal services to help them negotiate with their lender and, if necessary, provide a bridge loan to help them keep their homes. And that's primarily really focused on the low-income folks who, were they to lose their homes, would likely be displaced from Hayward altogether because they wouldn't be able to afford rent either. We're also focusing on economic development, which is increasing our contribution to Economic Development Division's Small Business Assistance Program. Some support towards St. Rose Hospital. They have been borrowing ventilators from Alameda County, and Alameda County asked for those back. So we are providing some funds to St. Rose to help them purchase their own ventilators. Kelly, go to the next slide, please. Some funds are being set aside for permanent supportive housing planning, and this is kind of looking at the big picture response to homelessness. So we're setting aside a portion of the admin and planning funds to pay for some necessary first steps to explore the potential conversion of a local hotel into permanent supportive housing. We're allocating funds for food distribution to continue the operations of the food distribution site at Chabot College. And then we're setting aside a really small portion. We can set aside up to 20% of the funds for admin. We didn't take any from the first round. We're setting aside less than 2% this time around to help cover the increased administrative costs of managing what has effectively become 3 different federal grants. Kelly can go to the next one. So here's the funding tied to those activities. It's the same planned activities on the left side I just went over with the dollars amount tied to them. You can see the largest chunk of this is going towards those 2 housing displacement programs. Kelly can go to the next slide. And this is the big picture, all of the money, so not just from this round 3, but we wanted to put in front of you all of the money that the city has used from CDBG for response to COVID. So there's the 2 allocations on the left, as well as what we were able to look at was either not being spent or hadn't been allocated yet from our regular CDBG allocation that we've been able to put towards COVID response, in addition to the fact that the agencies that were already funded were shifting and pivoting to respond to COVID anyway. So you can see in total, the targeted COVID response funds is just over $3.1 million. And we want to make sure that everyone understands the community input and opportunities for comment that we've provided. We went to the Community Services Commission with these proposed activities last month. There was broad consensus among the 17 members of the commission in support of both the priorities, the rationale, and the funding amounts. Specifically, they did give some feedback on the housing displacement prevention programming to allow rent relief grantees to come back and apply for a second grant. And we are already working with BACS to make that change for this next round of funding. The draft substantial amendment has been posted and has been open for comment to our website, and copies have been made available at the kiosk at City Hall. Public comment closes tonight, and we will integrate any comment that we hear into the substantial amendment. I did want to provide a brief update on the status of the rent relief program, since so much of the funds that we're using in this round are going towards rent relief. In terms of the money that's available, all of the funds that were allocated from the first round of CARES Act money have been spent, all the grant funds have been spent. And this number is it's probably around less than $50,000 is left of the home allocation. So likely in the next couple of weeks, the numbers will be 0 in terms of available funds for rent relief. And this has gone to just over 400 grantees. About 408 folks have received grants averaging just over $2,000. And this is some information just about those recipients for folks who are curious. You can see that about 46% are Hispanic or Latino, another 21% are Black or African American. And if you look over on the income side, the vast majority of folks who are receiving these funds are low income or very low income. Our next steps, this kind of gives you the big picture of where we've been and where we're going. So we're in our public comment period right now. We are at the public comment or the public hearing. Our plan is to integrate any comment we receive, make some last changes to the amendment, and get it submitted to HUD by the end of this week. And then we plan to come back in the spring sometime to give you all sort of a how it's going progress update on all of the big picture COVID funds. Any questions?
Thank you for the report. I see that Councilmember Wahab is back and has her hand raised. Did you have a question or just wanted to let us know that you're back?
I do have a question. Quick question for staff in regards to the efforts you guys made. And I do appreciate the staff report. It was very detailed and kind of breaks it down, if you will, financially. I know we've talked about other funds that we have available in regards to kind of protecting folks from eviction and so forth. Do you know the amount? Are there any funds?
In terms of the CDBG funds and the home funds that we've made available for rent relief, or are there other
overall for rent relief for that particular problem? What else do we have out there?
There's a $100,000 grant from the United Way that Vax applied for on the city of Hayward's behalf that they haven't spent yet. They've been kind of keeping that set aside. But otherwise, Jen, do you want to jump in on any other sources?
I was going to say we don't have. I mean, right now we don't have any other sources for rent relief. We have some funding that we've already allocated in our rent review budget for some of the counseling that we already have in our budget, but no other funds that we have available for rent relief at this time.
Okay. And then if we were to, state that, the support is kind of basically work with a lawyer and so forth. And this just reminds me of during the foreclosure crisis almost 10 years ago, how that worked out. Do we have any, areas of confidence that, this will help a tenant, or this is just best effort to help this particular tenant who has applied?
Are you saying, I mean, we think that this also helps, I'm not sure I'm understanding exactly the question.
These are actual direct financial allocations to tenants. So this is not counseling. This is actual rent subsidies.
Right. I get that, but I think one of the programs that was a potential offer, and Dr. Goldblum, if you can kind of chime in, because I think you stated it, regarding any type of support, legal support or anything like that.
We have our typical mediation services that are part of the rent review program that we have expanded to provide legal support to tenants and landlords who are trying to negotiate repayment plans in light of COVID. So we provide those services, and our rent relief administrator, Vax, makes referrals to that. Our staff make referrals to that. And we actually just talked to them today, and they said that they're getting those referrals from Vax, and they were excited to see more recently inquiries coming from tenants. Originally, it was mostly landlords who were following up with them, but now we're seeing more tenants seeking those mediation services.
But I think the question was about the money that from this latest round that's going to be allocated towards helping low-income homeowners, which is true that there are portions of these funds that we're proposing that would go towards helping low-income homeowners, mostly towards counseling and legal services. But we want to create some flexibility to potentially help some homeowners just have a bridge loan if they need a month or two to get through a tight period. So we do want to have some flexibility to be able to help them in that way, but the focus is really going to be on counseling and legal services.
Okay. And that's what I wanted to clarify. No, I appreciate the effort. I do think that I will say that I am a little nervous about it, because I think that was very similar to the foreclosure crisis. If you guys remember 10 years back, I'm not sure if you guys were all working in housing. The effort was that, you work with the lender to be able to, pay half of your mortgage per month and allocate the rest of it in a savings and so forth. And a lot of people who did that and were part of that program still were not able to keep their homes. So that is my concern. And I hope that we can kind of mitigate that. But then at the same time, do we have a number of how many people we could potentially provide support to?
For the homeowner program or yeah, so it depends on it depends on the loan amount. But we've projected, based on our conversations with some of the agencies that do this type of work, that it would be about 15 to 20 people, households.
Okay. And the reason why I'm more focused on that household is because, people put so much effort and money and equity into their homes, and when they lose it, it's very hard to come back. I know firsthand, more so than any other program. So I would put more emphasis around that. And then obviously, as much as we care about renters, definitely around that. And we are not talking about any commercial support, correct?
We do have, you want to talk about that?
Well, there's $125,000 going towards economic development small business assistance program, and that's being used with the county's matching program. So we're able to leverage those funds as well.
And where would that, what type of program would be around that for the most part?
It's the existing small business assistance program that economic development already has in place and has been doing since the COVID crisis started.
Yeah, so there was a lot more demand than we had money for. So they're really going through the list of businesses that needed funds, but we weren't able to fund. And we're kind of working our way through that list as we're able to.
And we're not giving the, let's say one business, support twice or anything like that. We're really trying to spread this, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. And I'm very concerned about that in particular too, because as we know, our businesses are also struggling. So as much as possible, but I know that, 125, 150, even 300,000 is not going to go that far. And that's the sad part. So I do appreciate your efforts and Mayor, that's the end of my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Zermino. This is
thank you, Mayor.
This is questions. We have to have a public hearing, and then I'll come back for comments. So
two questions. I have two questions. Thank you, Amy, and thank you, Mayor. Let's see. Any thoughts of taking some of these funds and putting them aside so that the Navigation Center has some future funding for the future, for future funding? Is that a possibility?
The first round of CARES Act funding that we received, we did set aside about $334,000 in for operations of the Navigation Center. In this one, based on the HUD methodology and kind of what we're understanding community needs to be in terms of displacement prevention, we opted to focus on the rent relief and homeowner programs.
Okay, and that kind of leads to my second question. If not, we could, if we could have maybe increased the amount to the small businesses. That the idea is a very good one, but 125,000, not too much. But as Jennifer notes, we have a lot more need than we do have funds. So, thank you.
Oh, sorry. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, and thank you to the community service commissioners for vetting this proposal. I'm really happy and pleased to see the amount of money going towards displacement. I know you mentioned that it's additional funds for the rent relief, as well as potentially allowing people to go and apply for a second time of assistance. But do we know the breakdown between the rent portion and the home, what was mentioned, counseling and possible bridge loan? Is it like a 80-20%? Do we know? I'm just trying to understand how much money we're going to be putting towards each pot, so to speak.
Right now, it's about a 70-30 distribution of 70 to rent relief and 30 to the homeowners.
Okay. And this is, I guess, a question maybe for the city manager. Have we looked at, I'm trying to remember the criteria for the Hayward Relief Fund. I don't think rent was an option, correct? It was just...
Those were just simple $500 unrestricted grant funds.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Salinas.
Yeah, in fact, I just, instead of asking a question, I'm going to make a comment when we come back. So I'll wait.
Okay, so I'm going to open the public hearing. Wait a minute. Did I have a question? Oh, no, it was answered. Sorry. You are following up on that Community Services Commission suggestion that people will be allowed to apply for another grant.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm going to open the public hearing. Madam City Clerk, do we have any members of the public wishing to speak?
Madam Mayor, at this point, there are no requests to speak.
All right, I'm going to close public comment and Councilmember Salinas.
Yeah, just a comment. When we get an evaluation, or when this comes back after the money is spent, and I think this was done before, but I just wanted to check to make sure we do it. If we didn't do that, we do it again. That we do it this time. Can we track the sort of a geographic mapping of where the dollars are spent? So as we start to collect applications and we get, the addresses and, names and can we, sort of do like a heat map to find out where in the city the funds were spent? Could we have that done?
Just to clarify, are you speaking specifically about the rent relief and homeowner, or all the funds together?
All the funds. But I mean, you can split it up as rent relief, home, and so forth. But I'd like to see sort of the geographical distribution of beneficiaries of the funding. Yeah. And so with that said, I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Okay, item has been moved by Councilmember Salinas, seconded by Councilmember Wahab. Councilmember Wahab, did you?
Yeah, real quick. I actually agree with Councilmember Salinas. I think we did receive a kind of a GIS kind of mapping of, what businesses. It was a while ago. I think it was more focused on the business area. But as we do this, I always say, let's spread the love throughout the city of Hayward. And sometimes when we get the reports back that we know we spent money here, here, and here, it's good just for the transparency for the public as well as ourselves. And then at the same time, I do believe that we need to take a look at the metrics, and I would like more numbers as to how many people we helped, what types of people, what were some of the, let's say, vignettes, if you will. I'd like a vignette or two to see who we helped, and I think the nonprofit world kind of knows that. So whatever we can, I think it's good for the city to be transparent on those things.
I think we're happy to provide that. I mean, obviously, some of the programs lend themselves more easily to that. Some of the programs where you have the direct money going to a particular individual. In other cases, it's going to a nonprofit that then is distributing food. So, but we'll do our best to try to create that geographic representation of where the funds are spent.
And for the vignette, I do want to protect people's privacy. So just kind of like a person X, had, 5 children and lived in this neighborhood and was able to benefit and keep their, home that was in their family for 3 generations, something like that, right?
Yeah, I think those are great ideas.
Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank staff. Really appreciate the fast turnaround on this and getting funding directly to those in our community most in need, residents, homeowners, and businesses, and most importantly, keeping people fed. So thank you so much for your great work, and hopefully, if there's more unspent funds, you'll be coming back to us for more allocations, or if there's more money distributed from the federal government, which I am optimistic with our new administration coming in. So thank you so much for the great work. And if we could please get this information out to the public with regard to BACs, having more funding for rent relief, as well as financial opportunities. But I believe we already have a long list of people that have applied, correct? So it's not like we're going to be requesting more applications for the businesses. I think we still have many in the queue. So thank you so much for the great work.
All right. And Councilmember Mendel.
Yeah, I just want to agree that some sort of an audit of where the money is being distributed or spent would be good. Even something as simple, and this would require very little effort on staff, which is why I'm suggesting it. It's just a breakdown by zip code. Trying to do a map, that's going to take some poor staff for a whole week to do. But just a breakdown by zip code will give us like a basic, reality check, sanity check, saying, all right, look, clearly it's being distributed across the city or not, and we need to do better. So, thank you.
All right. With that, and seeing no other requests, I do want to note that the $125,000 for the businesses, that is matching, that is being put up to get matching money from the county through a county program that I think was enacted by the supervisors out of a suggestion that I believe came from our own Supervisor Valle, to provide some economic assistance to businesses throughout the county, and in wanting to achieve geographical equity in the county. This was developed where there was this matching program for cities that wanted to put up some money. So I'm glad that we were able to find that money and get an additional $125,000 from the county to help our businesses.
Madam Mayor, I had one question when you're done.
Sure, go ahead.
One short question. You mentioned first round, third round. How come there was no second round? Just curious.
Second round went to states directly.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
So a lot of the state money that's coming out is that second round.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
I had to rewrite a bunch of my report to fix my round.
Second round for us, but actually it has to be called round number 3, or else, as you said, somebody gets confused. Okay. So with that, we are ready to vote on the motion made by Councilmember Salinas and seconded by Councilmember Wahab. Madam City Clerk, you do a roll call vote.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Lamnin.
Aye.
Councilmember Marquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Mendel.
Yes.
Councilmember Salinas.
Yes.
Councilmember Wahab.
Yes.
Councilmember Cermeño.
Yes.
Mayor Halliday.
Yes.
Thank you.
That passes with 7 aye votes. Okay. Moving on, item number 13, a temporary Hayward Navigation Center Hotel Annex project. That's what this is about. I'm going to turn it over, and again, who is going to give?
This is actually going to be Management Analyst Jessica Lobadan.
Analyst Ms. Lobadan, hello. Okay, go ahead.
And while she's turning on her screen and Kelly's getting the presentation, I just want to, thank Amy, Monica, and Jessica for all these different items you had before you tonight. And this one also, we worked very closely with Dustin Clausen, our finance director. And so this was a big effort on the Hayward, the Hotel Annex project. So just turn it over to Jessica.
Awesome. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the Council. Tonight, I will be presenting on seeking approval to open a temporary Hayward Navigation Center Hotel Annex project. Next slide, please. So this evening, I will be giving a brief overview of homelessness in Hayward and setting the context for really the need to open up this temporary project. Providing some description around the project, as well as a brief update on other homelessness efforts in Hayward. So I think, as we all are very aware, homelessness is a growing crisis in Alameda County, across the larger Bay Area, and in Hayward as well. And this is also really being exacerbated by the pandemic. Many individuals are experiencing or at risk of income loss, which leaves them vulnerable to eviction or foreclosure and homelessness. And it's also resulted in a more visible homelessness population, as well as some of the impacts of individuals being unsheltered. As a result of the pandemic, shelters have been required to reduce their capacity to allow for adequate social distancing. And so additionally, this has really exacerbated the homelessness crisis that we're seeing. County resources specifically dedicated to serve the homelessness population during the pandemic are coming to an end in early 2021, particularly the Safer Ground program, which is a hotel program to house vulnerable individuals who are at high risk if exposed to COVID. So again, those programs are ending in early 2021. Next slide. So in light of this growing crisis, the decompression of shelters and the closure of countywide resources, we are seeking approval to develop a temporary housing navigation center annex project, which for the remainder of this presentation, I will call it the Hotel Annex project. It would mirror current program design at the navigation center, but the target population would be individuals with increased vulnerabilities who are at high risk of complications if exposed to COVID. The program is designed to last 6 months, would be housed out of a local Hayward hotel, and would serve up to 35 individuals experiencing homelessness. Next slide. I think this is really kind of outlining what the project will be doing. Again, serving the most vulnerable individuals who are really vulnerable to COVID, to having complications, including death if exposed to this virus. We do plan to continue partnership with BACS, Bay Area Community Services, our current provider of the Navigation Center, to provide on-site care coordination and housing navigation, residential counseling, as well as dedicated flexible funding to support success in permanent housing. And that's something that we've been really intentional in our preliminary discussions with Bay Area Community Services, is around the focus on program exits and moving people into permanent housing. Given that this population that we're intending to serve is individuals with increased vulnerabilities, it's also likely that these individuals will be eligible for permanent supportive housing. So the focus of this program is, like the Navigation Center, to provide a brief shelter stay and then to move people into permanent housing to reduce the overall homelessness population in Hayward. Next slide. So the total cost of this proposed project would not exceed $1.3 million and can be almost entirely absorbed in existing funding. So due to the pandemic, shelters had to reduce their capacity to allow for adequate social distancing. And one of these shelters was the Navigation Center. So due to this reduction in total individuals served, BACS had contract savings, which will allow us to shift those funds to open the Hotel Annex project. I'm happy to report that since development of this staff report, we did receive notice that we will be awarded the permanent local housing allocation funds, and that's estimated at $650,000 annually for the next 5 years. So that's $650,000 each year for the next 5 years. So we are, I'm really excited, and we are seeking approval to allocate $90,000 of this year one allocation towards the Hotel Annex project in order to serve a total of 35 individuals. Additionally, we are seeking City Manager Emergency Contracting Authority. This is the same process that we sought approval for development of the Navigation Center. And this is really to be able to move quickly to open up this site and be able to house really vulnerable individuals in a short time period. Next slide, please. So in summary, our recommendation this evening is that Council adopts a resolution authorizing the city manager to take emergency actions consistent with the city's shelter crisis declaration to implement the temporary Hayward Navigation Center Hotel Annex project to house up to 35 vulnerable homeless individuals by allocating $1.21 million in existing funds and appropriating and allocating up to $90,000 in state grant funds and entering into relevant agreements. Should Council approve the recommendations this evening, we will enter and finalize agreements with Bay Area Community Services and the selected hotel vendor to open the Hotel Annex project in mid to late January, potentially early February. I'm going to also provide some brief updates on other homelessness efforts in Hayward, including updates on the one-year outcomes for the Navigation Center, the Homelessness Reduction Strategic Plan, and winter warming services and downtown efforts. So these efforts, I won't go into too much depth on these, but it's really to encompass the larger efforts that council and staff have been working on these past year, 2 years to address homelessness in a holistic way, from the housing and housing division side to the community services, as well as a lot of the work we're doing in the COVID response, which we just heard about. Next slide. And then the following one as well. So the Navigation Center opened in November of 2019, which means that last month we had the 1-year anniversary of the Navigation Center. So during this year, 45 individuals exited to permanent housing, which in total, 91 individuals have been engaged in services. At the time of this report, 26 individuals were living on site, 16 had exited to safer ground, and 4 had exited without placement. So excluding those exits to safer ground, that's a 92% success rate of exits to permanent housing. By and large, these folks who exited to permanent housing were exited through independent living using flexible funding and rental assistance. Next slide. And then, again, I won't go into too much detail. This is in the staff report, but really around the racial and ethnic demographics of individuals served at the Navigation Center. The program was designed to have a racial equity lens and to serve a demographic matching the Hayward homelessness population, which has disproportionately high rates of homelessness among Black and African American, American Indian, Alaska Native, as well as Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander. And so what we do see is that the population of individuals at the Navigation Center roughly match the population of individuals in the 2019 homeless count. Next slide, please. And additionally, we also wanted to disaggregate the information on exits to permanent housing. So making sure that the people who get into the program are also the people who are exiting into permanent housing. Next slide. A brief update on the Homelessness Reduction Strategic Plan. We are working with Home Base, our selected consultant. We're in kind of a phase 1, phase 2 right now, really working on stakeholder engagement and data collection. Last week, we went to the Housing and Homelessness Task Force to get a lot of good information from the task force members, and we'll be hoping to have a draft plan or a 1-year plan ahead of the FY22 budget cycle to inform the budgeting process. Additionally, I think it's on most folks' radars that homelessness and the impacts of homelessness has really been increasing around City Hall, in the Watkins Garage, as well as in downtown Hayward. And in response to that, there's been a couple efforts that staff have undertaken. HPD has increased their foot patrol Monday through Thursday during the day and during the weekend evenings, as well as maintenance services hiring temporary staff to provide daily cleanups of these areas. And then additionally, we are working with these interest groups in the Homelessness Reduction Strategic Plan to ensure that these voices are brought into the long-term planning around homelessness in Hayward, as well as the outreach being conducted for the Navigation Center focused on these areas. Next slide. Winter shelter services did open in mid-November, and so there's South Hayward Parish as well as First Pres, Patarian Hayward, and those will be open on a nightly basis through the end of April. Both of these sites will be operated on a cohort basis to allow for some social bubbling to address service provision during COVID. That concludes my presentation, and at this time, I'd like to welcome any questions.
Councilmember Wahab.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate this because we did get like a little glimpse of this presentation at the Homeless and Housing Committee, so I appreciate this. I wanted to know, some of the questions I asked there is where are the people being housed?
And when you ask where, do you mean geographically or in what type of housing?
Geographically.
I don't have that information offhand, but I can work with BACS to see if we can pull that. There are definitely some things that we don't have access to in terms of what HMIS collects, but I can have a discussion with them.
Okay, and one of the reasons, and I think I've shared this many times, is when we support nonprofits is to make sure that the metrics that we assume we are going to be seeing, and obviously the direction we really would like our city to move forward in, it is tracked. Is there anything that BACS has shared with us thus far?
Absolutely.
Okay. One of the things I do want to say, I am cautious if individuals are placed in housing in different counties. Do we know, just not even numbers wise, but just in general?
I don't know that off the top of my head. I think that I will say it's probably possible, given that 13 of the 45 exits were through family or friend reunification. And so that could have been out of county.
Okay. And then I would also like to know, and if, let's say, since it's almost been a full year since BACS has been up and running, what has been the journey of that individual that has been, let's say, rehoused in regards to jobs, and have they been able to maintain housing?
I think that's definitely something that we are open to discussing with BACS, is more around like the long-term success once folks are placed into permanent housing.
Okay. And I'll just re-echo my comments from the last week or so. I do care about the employment piece of it, because if we don't have an employment component to this, so I know that BACS provides a lot of employment around, a lot of their other services that they provide, including mental health and so forth. Do we anticipate that we will have an employment component to this to ensure that, people are self-sustaining, if you will?
BACS works with individuals to provide whatever services are needed. And so that does include employment services. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I do think a large majority of the folks who either were connected to the NAV Center or exited through are receiving an income. And so these are folks who have an income and need a little bit of support in order to be successful in independent housing.
Okay. And I was happy to hear that there is a grant that is going to be hopefully repetitive for a number of years. And I know I spoke to our Deputy City Manager, Ott, on that. I just want to make sure that even the nonprofits that we support are self-sustaining. So I just want to ensure, is that part of the direction moving forward, knowing that COVID is also negatively impacting the city in just our general services, let alone some of these other services that we're trying to provide?
I'm happy to jump in here. I mean, I think when you say, we partner with BACS, like you heard that they went after a grant for rent relief for Hayward that we partnered with them on for $100,000. And so we're often working with them on joint efforts to raise more money for these programs. But they're a nonprofit, so they don't have the financial wherewithal to support the level of program that we're talking here. And as you can see, we're not asking the city to either. We're going after a lot of state money, county money, any money. I mean, Jessica and Monica have been great about, Prop 47, the PLHA funds. I think there's other funds that we've gone after. And so we're seeking every possibility to help support this, because I don't think any level, no nonprofit, no city, state, everyone's got to team together and kind of partner together to sustain these types of programs, because they are expensive.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily mind the partnering. It's just making sure that we are weaning them off of just expecting funds from the city or relying completely on the city, because I don't want that safety net to be, gone if we can't support the nonprofit. And then as far as, city buildings that we own that are, let's say, vacant or not utilized completely, are we potentially even looking for transitional areas for those particular buildings if let's say COVID lasts for a little bit longer, or spreads even more rapidly, or now people are talking about some other illnesses that are coming out. So are we looking at that as like a secondary tier? And the reason, even if we were to partner with St. Rose, and the reason why I say that is because I know Santa Clara County says that their beds are pretty much full, and they're looking for even, the fairgrounds and so forth. So I just want to know what we're doing around COVID.
Yeah, I mean, I will jump in, and then Jessica and Monica can jump in as well. But I can tell you what we're actually looking at more closely, and I've had conversations, are our local hotels, because they're underoccupied right now. A number of them have expressed interest in either partnering or selling. So that's a way that Oakland, for instance, has turned they have their navigation centers and hotels that the city, with other grants and other things, were able to acquire. And so we are looking at, some of those more permanent solutions. We don't think the city can afford to do that alone, but the state's starting to fund that, those types of programs. So I think that's more what we're looking at, and less on city facilities. And that's why you saw in the CDBG funding some initial money to start exploring those ideas a little further.
And as much as we can engage with the county supervisors, because that is a concern. So thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions right now, although I have one. And you're not ready to tell us where the hotels are, I guess, that you are working with. And I'm not asking that, but we did get a letter today where someone made a good point about being near transit is kind of an important thing. So I'm just wondering if you're keeping those kinds of things in mind as you're looking at these hotels.
Absolutely. We are considering that. And because we are trying to allow folks to truly shelter in place, we're also exploring that end of options in terms of how to get food there, how to serve a target population who may not be able to readily leave a hotel to go get things on their own. So I would say that our efforts right now are really around bringing the services to people so that they can shelter in place.
Another location or another consideration is really the accessibility of a hotel that I just didn't think of when going into this, but we're really, because of the population we're trying to serve, we're also looking at hotels that have a lot of units on the first floor, or that have better accessibility for the type of population we're serving. So that's actually one of our most important criteria that we're looking at as well. Okay, thank you. All right, with that, I don't see anyone else has questions. I will open public comment on this. Madam City Clerk, are there any members of the public who wish to speak?
Yes, Madam Mayor. We have one person, but I don't see a request to speak. So, okay, unless Mr. Russell wants to speak. No public comments, Mayor. Okay, so close public comment and move on to Councilmember Wahab. Would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I'd like to move this. I definitely want to congratulate staff on a job well done. I also want to thank Bax for being a pretty excellent partner. I also think that the Hayward Navigation Center only opened within 10 months because we had a partner that was willing to do some of the heavy lifting. So I do appreciate Bax's support, city manager, the entire staff working on this. I do want the comments that I kind of previously made in the housing committee to kind of be a focus point, that I want the city to be as flexible as possible in being able to pivot if we are in a crisis ourselves, number one, and making sure that all nonprofits that we work with, we are lifting them up to eventually be self-sustaining, and we can kind of focus on other things as well. And then the long-term journey of these individuals that we are trying to help, in the sense that we know that they are getting, they are maintaining jobs and so much more. So it's not a cycle that we are seeing, and I want to be effective is my point. So I do appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Oh, okay. And Councilmember Marquez, did you want to speak?
I'm in support of the motion. I was going to second it, but I wanted to defer to the members of the task force. So I'm happy to support the motion. Thank you.
Okay. And we do have the motion made by a member of the task force, then the second made by a member of the task force now, Councilmember Salinas. So, okay. And I don't see any other requests to speak. So, Madam City Clerk, on that motion by Councilmember Wahab, seconded by Councilmember Salinas to support the staff recommendation.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Roll call vote.
Thank you. Councilmember Lamnin.
Immense gratitude, aye.
Councilmember Marquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Mendel.
Yes.
Councilmember Salinas.
Slam dunk, staff. Thank you. yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Wahab.
Yes.
Councilmember Cermeño.
Yes.
Mayor Halliday.
Yes. Yes. And so the motion carries with 7 aye votes, and that completes our agenda items for this evening, and we'll move to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of quick comments. First, I want to announce our annual Light Up the Season event that the city co-sponsors with a number of other organizations. Obviously, this year could not be held as it normally is, but we did go virtual this year with Light Up the Season. And if you received the Stack newsletter today, you received an article that talked about the city's plans for Light Up the Season. And on behalf of the City Council, Mayor Halliday did film a virtual tree lighting ceremony last Friday, and kicked off the Light Up the Season 2020 event. And that video is posted now on the city's YouTube channel, and there's also a Light Up the Season webpage that you can go to view the video. And the message for this year's Light Up the Season is one of hope and unity, as we enter obviously one of the darkest time of the year in a year that we have faced some extraordinary challenges. And I think if you've seen the display on City Hall as you drive down B Street, it's pretty awesome. So I would encourage folks to at least drive by City Hall and take a peek at what the city staff team has done. And then also on the downtown library, there's some light displays as well. And then the other cool thing that we have been able to put together is the city webpage for Light Up the Season, where individuals and families and households can post pictures of their own holiday light displays. And there is an interactive map so that members of the community can go on there and take a peek and find neighborhoods where there might be clusters of displays, and take their families out and drive around. Since we can't gather together as a community, at least we can go and see holiday light displays around the community. And there's also coloring pages that you can print and post using the hashtag Hayward Holiday Hope. And so this year's event and virtual event was a partnership between the city and the Eden Area Interfaith Council. I want to thank Councilmember Lamnin, I know who's been very involved in this, as well as Chuck Finney and Brianna Lazari and a number of our other staff members who've helped put this together. The other just last thing I'll note, since this is really our last business meeting of the year, is that the city is going to be observing its typical closure period from December 21st and then reopening on Monday, January 4th. So even those services that have gone virtual will, that are non-essential, will close down for that 2-week period. Obviously, emergency services will still be operational, and the other limited services. So the outline of those will be posted on the city's website and distributed via press release and the STAC newsletter. So that is all I have this evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. That was a lot of fun. Like, it wasn't as much fun as it usually is with the whole rotunda full of people and children, but we did it, and just go check it out. It all looks beautiful, and I really applaud the staff efforts on this. And it is something we can do. We can drive around and look at lights. So let's do it. We're moving on to council reports and announcements. Councilmember Salinas.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask the city manager to, tonight we did a lot of good work in housing. The other day we did a lot of good work in housing. I just want you to, can you really make an effort, tell staff from, everyone from Ms. Ott to, Amy and Jessica, just done a phenomenal job in the last few months in this space. And when I read the paper, I don't read a lot of and I'm not chiding them, but I don't read a whole lot of activity in other surrounding cities in the work that we're doing. And I just congratulations on these last couple of months, because your staff has just done a bang up job, and they've just done a great job. So please tell them for me.
I think many of them are still listening, so they've probably heard your comments, and I would echo, we have an amazing staff team and just really fortunate to have them in service of our community.
It was good work tonight. Okay, thank you for that. I think we all echo those comments. Councilmember Wahab.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually have a quick couple announcements. One, I do want to say that our fire department as well as our police department are doing a toys drive. I do believe Councilmember Marquez does her annual toy drive as well. So I do want to just state that along the efforts that we are making around housing and much of the needs around COVID, that, kids, for the most part, I will say that sometimes they're oblivious to what is truly going on in the world. And, toys are kind of one of their few gratifications. So a lot of these toys are going to underserved communities. So I definitely just want to highlight that there are no touch drop-off centers at any of our fire stations. I know our police department was in front of Target. These are brand new or unused toys that are sealed, and obviously you could toss it in a bucket. So I definitely want to highlight that. I also want to highlight our library director is having a lawyer in the library, and it's virtual. You do have to give your name, your number, and a couple more details about exactly what you want to talk about. But appointments are available on December 16th between 6 and 8 p.m., as well as on Saturday, December 19th between noon and 2 p.m. So I do want to highlight those two things that are happening in our city as we speak. So definitely that. I also want to congratulate the community group that has really reached out, and our public works department. It took several months to finally get a mailbox with a snorkel fin where you can kind of just drop off your mail at the post office that's right across City Hall at 822 C Street. It really was a team effort, the advocacy group of community members that were really interested in this. And so now the community can benefit. I will tell the residents of Hayward that if you see a need, please email myself or any other council member as well as staff. We are always here to help where we can. And I personally used this mailbox just yesterday, so I was really thrilled with that, not having to leave my car, just literally rolling down a window. And I really want to thank staff about kind of being on top of that, even though it's a federal issue. So I do just want to highlight that. And final remarks, I do want to say Happy Hanukkah to my Jewish neighbors. It starts, I believe December 10th or so. And so I just want to get ahead of that and say definitely Happy Hanukkah. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Zermano.
Two quick notes. One of them is that the Hayward Area Democratic Club is having a toy drive this Friday for our firefighters, and we're going to drop them off at Los Compadres. So you can do two things at once. You can order some food, pick it up, and as you pick up your pozole or tamales, whatever, you can leave a toy and make everybody happy. And the other announcement or tidbit from me is happy holidays to all y felices fiestas a todos. Gracias.
All right, thank you. And I'll just note that we will be meeting next week, December 15th at 7 p.m., but it will not be an ordinary city council meeting. We will have limited, almost no actually agendized business, but we will be, first of all, saying farewell to Councilmember Mendel, who will be leaving us at that time. So, I think we want to say thank you in a proper way to him. And then we will also be swearing in our three re-elected council members. Council members, I'll do it in seniority: Zermano, Salinas, and Marquez. And, or maybe that's, well, anyway, I'll leave it at that. And also our newly elected council member, elect Angela Andrews. So obviously this isn't going to be the same kind of event that we are usually able to have around swearing in, and especially of a new council member who we have coming. And I'm sorry about that, but we'll make the best of it in the virtual way. I was going to mention Councilmember Wahab talked about the lawyer in the library. I think they need to change the name to the lawyer on the Zoom, but because I don't think the lawyer will be actually in the library. But in any event, we are all making it through this very difficult time that we live in, and we're going to make it through this holiday season as best that we all can. And so with that, we'll see everyone next Wednesday night on Zoom, I hope, for that special meeting. And tonight, though, very sadly, we're going to adjourn our meeting in honor and memory of one of our own staff members here at the City of Hayward, Robert Corona. He was a sweeper equipment operator in our maintenance services department, and he passed away recently. And so if you see that the City Hall flags are lowered to half staff, that is being done in his honor. He was a resident of Hayward. He very honorably served this city and the entire Hayward community for more than 28 years, having been hired in 1992 and, working throughout his career in the maintenance department, ending as a sweeper equipment operator. Probably not a very easy thing to do. So let's keep him and his family in our thoughts and in our hearts, especially this holiday season. And so in honor and memory of Robert Corona, this meeting is adjourned.